And I am live. Okay. Oh, what a relief. And of course, Cowboy is right by my side, showing his best side. Aren't you even going to look? Of course not. He's a cat. And he is cute simply because he is a cat. And that's all he really has to do is be a cute little kitty. That's all he has to do is just be a cat. Automatically, he's pretty interesting, right? Oh my God, you're so privileged. Well, and I got to go out, and it's kind of wonderful to smell the fresh air. Still have allergy issues, but wonderful to be able to be out in the fresh air and sunshine. And I am so grateful that I live in an area that I'm thankful. I live in an area with so many beautiful parks and places to go. It's just something I've always wanted is just to be able to walk out and practically walk right into it. Um, literally 3 minutes from a very nice park, and they had a barbecue. Um, and honestly, there are people who just don't understand, I guess, the allure in other countries, the allure of us going camping and barbecuing and stuff. But really, there's something to be said for it. Of course, we're all like, oh, we love this. Um, oh, you just made tea, Rebecca. And Pammy Smith is here. Oh yeah. Yeah. The allergies are flowing. So, it's funny because I've heard that there are people in other in like third world countries that don't understand what we like about why would you go out and go backwards and go camping or go, you know. It's like for us though, it's a vacation. It really is a getaway for the most part. I mean, if you're with harmonious people, it can be so restoring to just to go out into a park because we're made of nature. Why is nature so restorative? Because we're made of nature. It's, we're a set. We go together. Us and nature. So, you know, but in spite of that, we have our little problems with it, don't we? Um, like fortunately, mine's down to I I get sniffles. I get my nose runs like heck, or I may cough or sneeze, but I don't get really sick like I used to. Thank goodness. I guess I've been working on the problem long enough that I don't get some of the worst of the symptoms that I used to get. So you can you can mitigate that kind of thing. And well, that's why I was bringing up this topic tonight is, gyms and herbs and stuff really help us, um, how would I put it, kind of help ease us back into normal. A normal flow can help us get our bodies to function within the parameters we have available to us, is what I'm trying to say. a lot of us have things like allergies and sensitivities and whatever. And really, I suppose in an earlier era where we were constantly exposed to this stuff, we probably wouldn't have had as much of that. As a matter of fact, uh, there were studies that indicate that people who have, let me see, how did this go? People who have allergies don't have worms, and people who had worms didn't have allergies. They use the same system. So in countries where they can still contract parasites, they don't have as much of an allergy problem. In places where they don't have an allergy or don't have commonly contract, a lot of things like worms and so on, they have more allergy problems. It triggers the same, I guess pathways or something. So I found that very interesting. Okay, so let's see. Pam and Rebecca are here. I got the notices out very late. I was having to wait for very slow internet. Oh yeah, thyroid and iodine, absolutely. Oh, you had your thyroid killed with iodine over 20 years ago. How did that happen? Oh, that's interesting, Rebecca. I hadn't heard that, but I do know that one time, at at one time we used iodine a lot topically. And Rebecca is saying, apply iodine to skin just below the elbow on the inside of the arm and wait, let it absorb, reapply, wait, and let it absorb until it sits on the skin. So I guess you reapply until your body doesn't want to suck it in anymore. That's interesting. Um, like I said, at one point, we used to use iodine for a lot of topical things in this society, and then we quit doing quite so much of that. And now people really don't use iodine that much. But iodine is actually fairly safe in small doses. It actually is necessary to process certain things for your thyroid to function. You can get overdosed with iodine, yeah. Like now, Pammy's talking about getting overdosed, right? Gut fibromyalgia. Okay, don't understand that part. Gut fibromyalgia from your thyroid was overactive and killing you. Okay, I'll try to figure this out. But hey, Lewis, how you doing? Okay. Okay. Well, anyway, um, hey, I am D Ocean of D Ocean's Deep Blue. To anybody who's new here, hi, please don't forget to like, and if you like it, please hit the thumb. And not with a hammer. Don't hit it with a hammer. Mm-mm. Okay, that'd either break your phone or your thumb or something. Not your thumb. The, the thumb. Mm. Heck, you can give me any kind of thumb. I shouldn't have said it like that. That sounds wrong. Anyway, yeah, that doesn't quite sound right. Okay, so one thing I don't know, this group is just great with is they just love talking about herbs and gyms and and that seems to be a very popular discussion, especially herbs and things that can help us that uh, don't involve big pharma, you know. And this is one of the reasons we learn magic is because we kind of get to the point where I know that I got to the point where I knew that I couldn't trust big pharma to pull me out of anything. I was going to have to learn how to take care of myself. I was going to have to take care of myself. And that's all there was to it. I was going to have to take care of myself because back before they really understood fibromyalgia, they thought it was just, um, they used to think you were just being hysterical. And uh, at one time, they had declared that fibromyalgia was a not that was they didn't even have a name. So if you went with the symptoms, you know, you you'd be told that there was nothing really wrong with you or completely misdiagnosed, depending on whether or not you had the money to pay. You had a lot of money and you had good insurance, why you could be diagnosed with a lot of things, you know. But if you didn't have much money to pay, you were kind of just, oh no, we don't know what you got. You don't have anything. You just need to walk more and exercise more and eat less and eat all of this funky diet, toxic food and whatever. Um, and everything will be better, right? Uh, right. Oh boy. Okay, so um, I thought, hey, let's just do it tonight. We were having such a nice night Monday talking about all that kind of stuff. And really discussions here are interesting because we have interesting people show up. That's part of the interesting discussion thing. We have very interesting people show up. Oh, showing off my shirt, by the way. And it says, with a little Illuminati all seeing eye, it says, realize, realize, realize. Real eyes, realize, real lies. I liked it. I got it for like about $7 at a. Oddly enough, there's an Acme where they're always hanging. And there's always at least one conspiracy type T-shirt. It seems like when I walk in. So anyway, oh hi, Project Sky Falls. Oh yeah, I got called a hypochondriac. Everybody who had the problems with it, we were all hypochondriacs. Was um, you were just you know, or you were malingering, or I don't know. It was just all bullshit, and then you just basically. So after so much of that kind of treatment, and nothing gets better, or even when they give you some kind of treatment, it doesn't really. It's something like, okay, you get antihistamine. Right now, I have what a kind of generic Claritin, and it's about all I use. That's the only pharma I really use anymore. It's generic Claritin. Other than that, and sometimes some Flonase. Not too often, just once in a great while. Um, but in allergy season, I'll use a little Claritin, and that's about it. I don't use any other pharma. And so far, I have made lots of progress throughout my life, and with different kinds of maladies. That I mean, I when you have something like fibromyalgia, though, you're always looking for something to do about it. You know, I've actually run into people who had doctors that knew something and managed to get better and heal from it completely. But not very many. So it's odd. It's known how to be done in some cases. I don't know what the mitigating factor is between people who can get rid of it and people who can't. I do know that one of the things I've done that's helped greatly, it is a disease, in any disease that involves your immune system. And we have many now. I know we have to ask ourselves what else is at work, because our bodies are amazing. They they're made to withstand all kinds of things and repair themselves. And I'm totally convinced that at one point probably we were completely self-healing. I mean, we are self-healing now, but I mean, probably we were even at one point regenerating limbs and stuff. But somehow that got shut down, eroded, or something, through different bloodlines or whatever. It's just a matter of, though, really, I think we can reactivate that, because once again, there are people who have regenerated teeth, and there are people who have regenerated parts of the brain. And actually, Billy Carson is one of those. Billy Carson, if you've heard of him, he talks about a lot of the same stuff I do. I agree with most everything he says, by the way, about this stuff. Um, Very smart, but he had brain damage. And he had a divot in his brain, from an accident. And it grew back. So really, I think we are supposed to be able to completely repair ourselves. I that Michelle came in. Hi, Michelle. How you doing? You slept most of the afternoon. Oh, yeah. I would love to regenerate teeth. I will tell you some. I will go into more particulars on what I've found, because I've gone through quite a bit between me and my friends and helping out people. And of course, I was a minister for a while, so I was counseling people, and a lot of the people, the reason they were having, would have all kinds of issues, and I'd be counseling them that way, you know, uh, sort of a health coach sort of way, because seriously, you can um, think, there. Oh boy, I got to back up on that. I'm going to have to explain that a little bit differently, because there are things that can act like you're cursed, honestly. If you have fibromyalgia, you can wonder if you're just freaking cursed because of the weird, crazy way it acts. Um, some of these immune system disorders are crazy. They'll do terrible things to you. So, we'll talk about regenerating teeth. Now, I've heard, oh, your eyes won't stop watering. Oh, yeah, well, mine are doing that off and on now. Hey, Mary Winds, but it is allergy season here for me. I'm allergic to tree pollens, sumac and oak mostly, and then there's a few other allergens, but the plant allergens are mostly those. Tree pollen, so they're worse than the and mold. So anytime it's real rainy, I get issues with that. So Mary Wynn's made it in. Hi. It's funny you should say Plum Crazy, because we went to Plum Park. Yeah, love and favor to everybody. Oh, you're allergic to it all. I'm sorry to hear that, Pammy. That sucks. I used to have 1,001 allergies, honestly. I used to be allergic to almost everything. We're going to get into that. I'm going to give people a few more minutes to pile in. I'm going to run the intro and I'm going to be right back. After I say, hi, I'm D Ocean. This is D Ocean's Deep Woo. And here we do the deepest of woo. But we also do some really practical stuff, which, gym and mineralogy and gemology and herbalism is not as woo as it used to be. But anciently there wasn't anything woo about that. It was just a thing. It was just the way it was. When you didn't have, before you had pharma, you had herbal knowledge and stuff like that, right? So we'll get more into that. The woo of gems and herbs. Another thing, there was another thing. We'll bring it. It'll come to me. I just had a lot of things going on today, so while we were out, it was kind of exciting day in a strange sort of way. I'm still getting, yeah, we'll talk about it later. Okay, yeah, I'm sure I'm still getting messages from Sasquatch, and I had to tell somebody off today about it. I had to tell somebody off today. Yeah. I'll tell you about it later. Like I said, let me do the intro. And before I forget, remember, it's all just tips, tricks, and hacks for playing that massively multiplayer holofractal total immersion VR learning game called Life on Planet Earth, right? Has nothing to do with real life, which takes place outside the Matrix. Be right back. Hi, hi, we're back. And Mary Wins is like, herbs, yay! I know, you guys love herbs and stuff. People talk about herbs and stuff like that, and heck, I'll have at it. I love that too. And like I said, I think so many of us have had bad experiences with big pharma. So what happens is you turn to what else there is, which is things like energy work and gems, minerals, herbs, homeopathy, Reiki. If regular medicine ain't fitting the bill, filling the bill. So what do? You just gotta take care of yourself somehow. So I know that's the way it happened with me. I just figured I better. They're not figuring this out, and I'm not getting any better. I better figure this out for myself, which I set about doing. So I'm going to do my little flex here. Coffee, cup. Ah, my lovely self-stirring coffee mug. Wish I had stock in these. I think they're going to be very popular. This happens to be a rechargeable one. Like I says, it's big flex. We have coffee around here on certain days. It's a big flex when I take my auto stirring coffee cup into the coffee. Everybody's flexing their cup. Look at this, it's handmade. And it's, et cetera, et cetera. Mine says best grandma, that kind of thing. Everybody's flexing, and I walk in there and I just flying my geek flag, right? Let my geek flag, my freak flag, my geek flag fly. Yep. So, anyway, um, you guys are funny. I am doing really well today, and I, like I said, I'm briefly going to talk about. Um, I had got. I had talked to Jason. Said, "Hey, Jason, beautiful day. Let's go do something." Well, let's just say that he decided a picnic. Maybe we could go out and do a little barbecue in a park. Yeah, that's good. He was going to invite a couple people that were around him, and yeah, kind of good. But want to go? Sure. So we went out to the park and everything, and I got into. Well, somebody got very, very drunk, wasted. I think there were other things involved too, but somebody got pretty wasted and tried to start an argument with me about Sasquatch. I was wearing this T-shirt. I mean, there's stop it, stop what? Stop it, stop it. What? Stop talking about that thing. What? Sasquatch, Sas, Sasquatch. Yeah. You mean Bigfoot? Sasquatch, Bigfoot. Yeah. Stop. Just stop. Just stop. It's like, stop what? Obviously she's hearing a whole big conversation that I'm not making. I'm not having. She's having her own conversation. All I said, I think I said to Jason something about time to go home and feed. It's getting cold at the park. I said, time to go home and feed the Sasquatch. It's a joke. Kind of. Got to go home and feed the cowboy, actually. This cute little, oh, he's being too cute now. Look at this. Yeah, he's just being too cute. I gotta show you. Anyway, so she was mad. She says, they're not real. They're they're not nature. I'm like, what do you mean? They're not nature. And it's like they're spiritual thing. They're yeah. I'm like I said, we have samples, physical samples. We have hair. We have DNA. We've already people have already checked into the genome. They have the mitochondrial DNA is female. The rest is, the father's side is unknown because they don't have it in their data bank, that genome in their data bank, anything that matches. We have enough witnesses to uh, get somebody convicted for murder. Uh, don't tell me, I mean, this person was trying to act like I'm just kidding, I'm lying. We don't, of course, and she just, the person just stood there like, well, what? Huh? It's like, yeah, we have all kinds of evidence. You're just not hearing about it because, they're too busy telling us stuff that isn't really very important. I mean, honestly, it's like, oh, Jay? Where's Jay? Oh, Jay. Ah, anyway, so, I'm just thinking about this and it's like, boy, this is going to be rough because really people have heard it the other way so often that anything we try to tell them, I mean, even if I try to tell them, try this that I'm trying, Boswellia, they're suspicious. It's hard to tell people things sometimes. But honestly, I I used to be naive about a lot of things too, you know, and they keep us stupid. John wears a battery. I'm making a little battery box, a mini zapper low frequency, takes out the parasites. Oh, good for you, Mary Wins. I had a zapper once. I had a zapper, um, a little mini zapper that ran on a 9-volt battery and had little alligator clips that attached to your ears or your fingers or wherever. You could attach it to your ears, you could attach it to your fingers, you could attach it to whatever you want to. If you want to get kinky, I guess you could do that too, but I'm not telling you to. But yeah, the idea of zapping parasites. And I went through that phase too, where I was working with the electric, although um, and it seems like everything works to a point. And I had a guy who's tried to tell me that he got rid of his with things like with household cleaning product enemas. And I'm like, dude, that's not how you do that. Okay, this can be really dangerous when people try shit like that, you know. So yeah, I mean, people can hurt themselves with doing this the wrong way, trying to cure themselves the wrong way. But actually, a lot of herb lore and gem lore goes way back. Now, my mom's era, here this person was always told that, there's Bigfoot was just whatever they were told. Maybe from their point of view, it's some kind of, some people think they're Nephilim or something left over, whatever. I don't know. But obviously never was told the truth. And, or my mother's folks knew, but there were Native Americans on that side. They just didn't call them Bigfoot or Sasquatch. They called them the wild men in the forest. That's how they referred to them, the wild men. And my mother would say, oh, no, you don't want to go out after sunset. You could be taken by a wild man. When we were right near parks and stuff, to her, I guess we were near enough to have her worried. And she would say, no, you can't go out after dark. You could end up getting taken by a wild man. And I said, Mom, what do you mean a wild man? She said, a big, hairy, wild man. I said, there's wild men around here somewhere? She says, sure there are. There's wild men hiding everywhere. And I didn't understand what she was saying. So, I mean, these things, oh, hi, James Ortiz. How are you? So, these things are things that are passed on, but maybe in ways we don't realize. And so is herbalism. So is, gem lore. So is a whole bunch of things, right? I mean, look at the idea of very old and known to work. And we find out through science that it's because of the Allenins. But putting onions on your feet, on the bottoms of the soles of your feet, right? And then socks over that, and then sleeping with that. When you got a fever or something, right? So, I mean, then people making poultices, herbal poultices and stuff. That's something that people once learned that their parents need. When things would happen, they would see this is how you handle that. We're not shown that anymore. This is how you help your body heal that, right? So the electric zapper thing, while being kind of new in a way, Tesla was a big proponent of zapping himself. He liked electrocuting himself. He said it gave him energy. It probably electrocuted all the smaller bugs that might have been bothering him too. Um, Apparently, there is a theory that in a very early time, we actually had a different, denser atmosphere where we were literally recharged by the electrical current going between the sky and the earth. And that would have been the time of giants, basically. That would have been the time when Saturn was our sun, before Sol was our sun. So that would have been an entirely different kind of world, right? From what we've got now. Because apparently back at that point, we could regenerate from just walking around. We didn't need to do anything but just have that current running in between the earth and the sky. And it came, here's something just so that you know, I'm not sure everybody realizes this, but lightning doesn't just come down from the sky. The earth first sends up a, a signal that the lightning follows down. That's how it really goes. So the earth goes, hey, I need some. And, then the lightning follows that down. So, and you can look this up. This is now known in physics. And it's interesting because when I was taught how the Native Americans were thinking of it, they were thinking that really the earth and the sky had a love affair. That was their lovemaking. That they sent the male and female charge to each other, the respective opposite one. That's, and I'm getting chills thinking about it just now, that's actually probably not a bad way of looking at it. Because it is a mutual thing. It's not just lightning coming down from the sky. It's a mutual thing. So very interesting take on that. So get a jump start when we stop. Yes. Sometimes we need a jump start. Yeah, see, that's why I'm saying it looks like we didn't need to eat back then. We didn't need to eat. And I mean, some of us have even said that we have had the feeling that we didn't always have to eat. That would have been true in that time. We wouldn't have had to eat. We must have had things interfere with that to the point that we had to develop ways to eat, other ways to get energy through eating, right? And interestingly enough, we can see now science has found that life forms can change very quickly, can form adaptations to things very, very quickly when needed to survive. They put some creatures that I believe it was some kind of brine shrimp. They put it in an environment where absolutely no food was. It only took a few generations for them to start eating whatever was around instead of what their normal food was, to adapt their bodies. Their actual body structures changed to be able to eat the different food, the different kind of food that they couldn't eat before. That's how fast. I mean, and we're looking at them, they're small and their lives are very short. So, we can see what happens, in multiple generations pretty easily. But I guess it didn't take very long for that adjustment to take place. I mean, they didn't all die out. Instead, they adapted to learn to eat what was around, to use whatever was around. Now, we've pretty much got to assume that maybe in a much more complicated and larger way, we must have done the same at some point. We must have gradually evolved to where we ate. We ate food, we ate things to get energy. And maybe not just to get energy, but maybe just to get the resonance of vibration, the frequency of it, which really is still, in a way, if you think of it, why we eat anyway. Anything is to get the frequency of that. And homeopathy is, in its own way, really based on that. It's an energy work type of work. It's a frequency based uh, uh, remedies. I got to be careful what I call it. Remedies. It's not really medicine. It's not really any kind of pharma. It is strictly energy work. you know, the little pills they give you are little sugar pills, but they are infused with the resonance or energy of the healing that you need done. That's how homeopathy works. That's why when they test the little pills themselves, they don't find anything in there. It is because there isn't. It's the energy of the thing is what's doing the work. And apparently that works, you know. Once again, we're dealing with frequency. So really, why are we using herbs and gems? Their frequency. We need that frequency. We can use that frequency. This is most of the magic. This is really most of what we're calling magic, learning to use the frequency. Hey, Alphonse, how you doing? You had a Tesla coil. Oh yeah, and you know I kind of like that ozone smell. It makes me a little bit high though. Makes me a little high. Um, I had a ionizing. I had an ionizing air cleaner for a while. Yeah, you had a Tesla coil. Um, I would really consider that. And Pammy says, I refuse to buy or eat store-bought tomatoes. I refuse to eat tomatoes. I think I might eat heirlooms under certain conditions, but yeah, tomatoes are very suspicious. They've been hybridized to the point where and they get sprayed within an inch of their life. Um, and if you have arthritis, uh, nightshades are not good for you. So they can cause all kinds of things, bad things, swelling. So nightshades are not good, and tomatoes are nightshades. So I haven't had tomatoes in ages, and which is sad because I love tomatoes. And my mother was extremely allergic, ate them anyway, made herself sick. She would make herself sick. All she had to do was brush up against the little hairs on the plants and she'd get a rash. It should have been enough, but no. Yeah, the tomatoes in the store are more like plastic tomatoes. That's horrible. The company is in Vermont that made the Tesla coil. Alphonse Fuselier has made it in. Yeah, we hope I'm saying your name right. Fuselier. Breaks my heart my grandkids won't ever know the taste of real tomatoes. Possibly not, unless you grow heirlooms. Probably not. Um, I might, once I get myself to a certain level, I might try tomatoes again and see if they still affect me badly. See if that still happens. If I try heirloom tomatoes and they don't, then we know what happened. They've been weaponized. Most of our food's been weaponized. We have to fight back. The only thing we can do is alter the, right now, what we're really doing, right, is we're using all these things to alter the frequency. Okay. We're playing with frequency, no matter what you use, no matter whether you're using, it doesn't really matter whether you're using gems, whether you're using herbs, whether you're using electricity, you're altering the energetics of whatever it is. And this shirt somehow is riding up. Okay. You're altering the energetics of it. So of your body. And really, I'm thinking that that's probably how food originally started out too, how we started eating food was we needed some way to alter the energetics because something went out of balance, something went out of line. Now it's interesting. Why am I bringing up Bigfoot though? Um, because the forest people, apparently, according to some sources, know a lot about herbs. They know a lot about herbalism. Why wouldn't they? Look where they live. Same reason our ancestors knew a lot about it. Right. They put stuff in everything that makes them not rot, but if they don't rot, they don't break down right in your system. Ah. Oh, you're trying to find it. Trying to find Alphonsus trying to find. Oh, the company that makes the Tesla coil. Hmm. Yeah, you can. You grew up in the garden. You called it slave Mary. Called it slave labor. Yeah. Well, it's a lectin. See, all plants have lectin. All of them. Absolutely all plants. All plants have lectin. Which is why the carnivore diet can help people who have many allergies, is because animals don't have lectin. Plants have lectin. If you're allergic to every damn thing, it's probably the lectins that are doing it, getting into your bloodstream. Why are they getting into your bloodstream? Leaky gut. Why is your gut leaky? Because it's being shot full of holes. It's being compromised by all of the poisonous crap, okay, that we're exposed to. And I'm sorry, but that's the truth. It's like we're lucky to still be around. We have adapted to every damn thing so far that they've thrown at us. We've even adapted to stuff like radiation. There's people who even live through that. I mean, look at how many times Japan's been radiated and they're still alive, right? There's still people there. So we adapt to this stuff. Fortunately, if we can live past a certain point, we adapt. And this is part of the way we adapt. So I'm looking at herbalism and gems and stuff in that same light. Is where at one point we really needed to adapt, and that helped us adapt. So because we adapt, mostly we use our brains to adapt to things more than our bodies, although our bodies are adapting. Um, there are people who can go a long time, much longer time before everything kind of crashes in on them. But eventually, I'm still of the opinion that a lot of our, what we call old age, is actually diseases, a, a, a collection of diseases and disorders that actually age us, not really. That aging is not exactly really what's going on. I mean, that what we think of as aging, like it's inevitable. Obviously, everybody doesn't age the same. So, now let's see. Oh, you like gardening now. That's good. I like gardening when I still could do it. I love having, and now I would have to have like a waist high garden or something. I'd have to have a raised garden, which I would do if I had a big enough place. Oh yeah, I just tell them not. You know what? If I get tacos and they want to put tomatoes, I just tell them don't do it. Just don't give me the tomatoes. To me, store-bought tomatoes taste like plastic anyway. It's slimy plastic. You know, when I accidentally get one, it's like, what's that? Blech. I don't even know how anybody eats them. Snapping peas. Oh, snap. Oh, peas. Hey, Witch Moon, how you doing? Yeah, because they are plastic, practically. They aren't real anymore. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, you looked the same until 48 and all hell broke loose. Oh dear. Michelle can I'm free. It's telling me it's 11:11. Yeah, I am allergic to bullshit. So all forms of government gives me a rash. Me too, Scotty. Of course, Scotty boy has entered the chat. Howdy ho da. Howdy ho. Are you calling me a hoe? He said, howdy ho. I, I think you just called me a hoe. Okay, homeboy, it's you and me out. You and me out there in the lobby. Mm. Oh, garden. Yeah, we love our gardens. And it's really, I don't know if you know this, but there are literally bacteria in soil that make you happy. Yeah, that and this is known. You you can actually become a much happier person just by contacting the soil, just by having your hands in soil. It's Isn't that amazing? That is actually another, and of course, you are picking up the vibe of the planet if you are constantly, walking not on the earth and not picking up the vibration of the planet, not picking up the energy that comes from the planet, then you're missing out on that too. And so many times we don't get that. But then you walk along a beach because you're allowed to be walking around barefoot on a beach, right? You walk along a beach and it's like, wow, I feel so much better. Well, that's part of the reason why. A lot of us up north here, we don't really get enough barefoot time out there. We freeze our freaking feet off. But, and people look at you like something's wrong with you. Okay. Why didn't you? Okay. Mm, hot sand. Yeah, that's the only thing. Hot sand. But there is literally a good for you, Scotty. Um, there literally is a charge that you need from the earth. The earth still charges us up, believe it or not. It really still does. There, I remember I've met so many amazing people online. There was this little shaman online. He was Aussie. And so he must have been a bushman. And he said he never wore shoes. Never. Except if he had to fly on an airplane, they made him. Then he'd wear them. Then he'd take them off as soon as, you know, he touched down. He never wore shoes. And he said that was how he could do his work so easy. He was well known at being able to get demons out of anybody. So he was like class A1 exorcist. He said because, first of all, he was grounded, so grounded to the earth that they couldn't, they couldn't, really attack him well because he had too much strength built up, too much of an affinity built up with the earth. He was too strong. So maybe that is part of our problem too. I wonder. You don't hear of too many haunted beaches, do you? Maybe that's why. Maybe hauntings don't. I don't know. I could be wrong. But what if that's part of the reason you don't really hear about that in play? I have to think. No, there are places though where they still run around barefoot all the time. So I don't know. Have to think on it. Hey, Karen Lynn made it in. Yeah, miss not having a house in the yard. Yeah, me too. I've been in an apartment for a long time now, and of course there's rules to everything. Hmm. Um, you guys are something else. Anyway, yeah, it's you know I think really herbalism. Now, there's another thing that I like to talk about too is foraging because I think really when uh, uh, our ancestors were eating, they were really eating a lot of stuff that just came straight out of the ground, which has got to have the energy in it, a lot different energy than if it's factory farmed. So, I mean, everything coming from a factory farm kind of way is going to be way different than what our grandparents say, what our great grandparents say, you know, that kept them going. And remember, they had a lot worse conditions than we did to deal with. I mean, we've got it easy these days as far as taking care of ourselves, being able to have clean water and so on. Um, but they also ate a lot of whole foods. And I mean, in communities that here's what one thing that we heard coming out of, and I can't think of which one it was. It was one of the intentional communities where they have a community garden, is that you plant a garden, and if you plant it right with the right companion plants, you can just um, the main stuff will just keep reseeding itself, and the plants will all kind of take care of each other, and all you have to do is a little bit of weeding once in a while, maybe planting some things that are only annual, maybe replanting that. But really, they said they had so much food that they were always constantly giving it away. It was very, very plentiful, which means they were feeding their whole village and giving away a whole bunch too. So And it really wasn't a lot of hard work in the fields because of the way that they were doing it. So it can be done that way. And another thing that the fellow was saying is everybody eats a lot. They eat all day. They eat all day, tons of food. They don't gain weight, they just get stronger. Now, why do you think that is? Nobody gets fat. Nobody gets too thin either. They can eat as much as they want. They don't get as tired as we do. They have a lot less to do with electronics than we do, too. Now, I have limited myself, my night owling on the internet because really I found I'm healthier when I do. If I stay up all night on the internet, I'm hurting myself literally. And unfortunately, that means there's some shows that I'm very rarely seen at anymore that I used to always be at. But I find that if I stay up all night with my eyes on all over this blue light, it's not good for me. So I'm going to tell you about another way to use frequency is the color light that you're getting. I just recently bought a light. It's for plants, and it has a red filter, a blue filter, and then of course you can put on red and blue, which makes this pretty purple color you're seeing. Some bulbs are just red and blue, and that's, they give you that's the full spectrum. Now, it's interesting to me that this is the full spectrum for a plant is purple. When it's almost exactly the opposite on the color wheel of what the sun is. Sun is actually sort of the light we're getting from the sun is actually yellow orange, except that it starts out white, but coming through our atmosphere, it ends up yellow orange a lot of the time on the yellow side. So purple, this pink purple, is actually almost exactly the opposite of that. So how is this the full spectrum? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I do know that I feel better when I spend time in it. It helps me fight depression, SADD, which is very common in Ohio. So, if you're in an area that's cloudy a lot, get yourself a full spectrum light. It'll help. But then there's also this idea of no blue light after a certain time, which is nice because I can change these lights to red because in the blue spectrum is daytime. It's telling your body to wake up. The red is saying, okay, it's time to wind down now. So let me see. Scotty Boy says it was March 10th when I broke out of the hospital, and I've been barefoot ever since. Well, he didn't say it quite like that. He typed it actually. That's the duchy on the left hand side. I know you mean duchy, right? Well, it was a special kind of hospital for people like Scotty. Yeah, too many sick people in a damn hospital, right? I know. I I I won't go unless I absolutely have to go because there's just too damn many sick people there, and a lot of horrible, terrible things can happen to you in a hospital. For my money, it's just like a necessary. It's just in the case of something terribly necessary, like bad accident or something. you talk, I mean, you're looking at a girl who this finger almost, tip of this finger almost came off when my mom cut me with the top of a can of cat food. And I fixed it with duct tape. And I didn't lose it. So, yeah, I kind of, yeah, I, I've had so many things happen to me. I don't go to the emergency room. I, I've had things that when I do go to the emergency room, I've waited there for hours, all freaking day, only to get very minimal help with anything and maybe one pain pill, right? And um, some kind of lame explanation, so maybe they'll wrap you up, if you get a break or you need to be stitched up, that's one thing. You know, you kind of need help with that sometimes, but I didn't with this finger. It probably should have had stitches, but it didn't. It got duct tape. So, oh my goodness, they tried every morning at 3 a.m. to COVID test you? Yeah, I'm in the pink. Love you all too. We all love each other. Aren't we a sweet bunch of people? Aren't we a sweet bunch of people? We just all love everybody here. Just love each other. Pardon me, I got cowboy fur up my nose. Oh dear, I shouldn't do this on camera, but honestly, cowboy, you're up my nose. I love him so though. I love him. Hmm. Ah, ha, ha, my little cowboy. Even if your fur does get up mommy's nose, you're just so cute though. Anyway, he's my baby. So, if it, does anybody want to come in and talk about any of this? I'm going to throw the link because we can have some fun if we want to. Let me get, hmm, where did it go? Okay, let me try it the other way. Okay, there, that would will that'll work. Okay, now shoot. Okay, almost there. There you go. That's the link. If you want to come in and talk, and remember, you don't have to show your face. You can just show your little, you can just put a little picture in there, an icon or something. Mm-hmm. Okay, you went to a hospital because you had a bad kidney infection. Well, yeah, that's pretty bad. And they left you in triage until you went sick. Oh, God. That's what I mean. That kind of thing happens. I get so tired of that sort of story. I have heard of that. I heard of people dying and getting much sicker just because they went to an ER, didn't get adequate care. Actually, you know what the funny thing was? We were talking about how understaffed and overworked the hospitals were during COVID. people went to the hospitals. There was almost nobody there. Probably because they weren't out doing all kinds of stupid shit to get themselves hurt. But yeah, people they weren't they weren't overcrowded or anything. It was about anything. They were kind of bored for a while there. There weren't hardly anybody coming into the ER. I love you all. Me too. Um, that's another thing about nature. You know what? It's really a lot easier to feel the love. It seems like you get out in the fresh air and it's just, it's all, the frequency's different. Well, like they say, the energy's different, man. The frequency is different because the vegetation is soaking up some of the electronic bullshit for you and protecting you from it. So, of course, you're in a pile of trees and plants and stuff and on the earth. You're going to be naturally grounded if you're on the earth. You're going to be protected from a lot of things if you're in a bunch of trees. Of course, it's going to feel different, right? They've about killed you twice now in 10 years. Tammy, yeah, I believe it. Hmm. Yeah, because they were bored. Yeah, they made the dancing nurse TikToks during COVID because they were so bored. Come on, people. What I was trying to impress upon people that they just weren't hearing is 98%, 99%. It went up finally 99% survival. What does that mean? That means unless, your conditions are very bad, you have some pre-existing thing or something, you're going to live. You know, it, that's not that bad. That's not bad odds at all. That's wonderful odds, you know? I mean, come on. It's not terrible odds. If it was like only a 50% ratio, it's like, oh, that would be scary, but 98%, come on. Nothing like, oh, well, that ain't the kind of plague we had in the old days. Now, in the old days, we had much better plagues than that one. We had plagues that were killing people off left and right. Why, we had to have people carted away in horse carts to get them out of the way because it was rubbing dead like flies. I mean, there were days when a plague was a plague, man. This was not a plague. This It wasn't pleasant. There were people who died, but not nothing like some of the plagues we've had on this planet. Hmm. Oh yeah, it's like it never happened. Oh, kidney failure for a second. Oh dear. Yeah. So basically, what you've got with herbs, and this is what people don't understand too, is this is why it's beneficial to do your meditations, to do your meditation, because you can actually ask the plant. You can actually ask nature. You can actually ask the plant what it does, what it can do. In your meditation, you'll get clues about what it can do. That's how the herbalists did it of old. You can take a piece of blue calcite and say, and meditate with it and think, what's this for? And you can get info from it. It'll tell you, you can use me for this. Now, a lot of it is obvious from the frequency. This one is a kind of a sky blue calcite. So, what does the sky do for you? You know, um, when I look at it, and it is, especially in this light, it's a really pretty blue. In regular light, but I mean, we have clues all around us what's good. We need to learn what's good and what's not again. We've lost our natural ability to do that. And I'm thinking, here we go. We have anecdotal evidence, of course, but anecdotal evidence is still evidence of the Sasquatch who still use herbal medicine for themselves. So you know, and they've got their own recipes. I've mentioned this before. They might even be the ones that gave me the tea recipe in my head. Um, it's hard to tell when you're mind speaking Sasquatch. Like I said, it's like people think it'll be nice someday when I can just say, it was mind speaking Sasquatch without sounding like a complete, you know, like I'm nuts or something to some people. But mhm. Yeah, they wanted to see how many rights we'd give up. Well, didn't entirely work, or at least it didn't work for all of us, did it? As soon as we figured it out, it's like, no, I don't think so. Too many of us, and it was something like only 3% of people got their children on the schmacks, schmacks their little kid. Thank God, right? Because thank goodness people wised up on that. That's horrible. Um, Matter of fact, you look at a lot of things, it seems designed to take out our children, take them out of the populace. It is like an attack on our future. You can only think that somebody wants us to freaking die, you know? And it almost makes me believe the rumors I've heard in the UFO circles that there are beings that would love to have this place where we're living to themselves. Radiated would be fine without us on it. See, if they can kill us off, then they can just come in and steal it, you know, or get us so weak that we can't do anything about it. And they can just come in and steal the place. This is what has happened in history on more than one occasion. So, I mean, the people giving the native smallpox blankets, that that's basically what that was. So kill off the populace, take their land. You can do it in a, you know, obvious way, or you can do it in a sneaky way. Well, apparently, whoever this is, it really makes me wonder if that isn't exactly what's trying to happen. If that isn't what's happening. I said that years ago, like 30 years ago. I said it's almost like, and maybe I keep wondering, was I getting this information downloaded to me? Because a lot of it just seems to be on purpose, doesn't it? I mean, if you look at what a cocktail it makes, if you how it works together synergistically to make us weaker, then it's very hard not to start to think that it's on purpose by somebody. Hmm. So let's see, vitamin deficiencies. Makes me wonder how many vitamin deficiencies. Oh, yes, flaxseed. Oh, yes, nature is magical and in your corner. Yes, definitely, definitely, Scotty. Oh, oh, see, Earth is a strange place, and it always has been, I think, you know. And are there now? It makes me wonder, though, because of encountering these things that say they came from under what we would think of as under our realm. Could that be an inner one of these inner Earth species? That's because some of you are maybe new and didn't hear about my encounter with this, what apparently were the same things that Mark Barton was talking about. Mark Barton being a interested and was interested in Sasquatch, but was just hanging out um, in the wilderness just to relax for a while, and was confronted by some things that wanted him dead, that were from underground. Told him that they were from basically under where we are, from what we would think of as under, which to me sounds like maybe inner Earth stuff, right? And to my surprise, to my very great surprise, I was going out. I was getting signals from I was getting signs from the Bigfoot, the forest people, that yes, we were really in contact. But then I talked to Duke, and he said, before you go out there, though, because I was also getting, don't go out in the woods, don't go out, because I wanted to go, and people were going, oh, try to contact them more, try to contact them more. Duke was saying, don't go out until you see this, and it was the Mark Barton interview where they nearly killed him. And apparently well, guess what? Apparently, if I had gone out there, um, they had come for me. And I guess this is why some people go missing too. They had come for me, and I and one of my friends, we actually took them out on the astral level, which took them out on the physical level, because they're kind of interdimensional, I guess you could say. They're in between. They can exist kind of in between. And we took them out on the astral level, so they had to let go on the physical level as well. So, and maybe someday I'll describe that. That's also the encounter where I found out that all that stuff was also hooked up with uh, other groups practicing black magic and what they're calling the cabal, and all of that crap. That was all, I mean, there were so many connections going out from that, from them. I mean, they know about it. I mean, there are people in high places that know all about this. They actually summon these things up, help them get here. I guess they do their black magic or something to help these things. They're actually bringing the downfall of the planet and don't seem to understand you're living here too. You know, or maybe they do understand, but maybe they don't really live here. Maybe they're not really, I don't know. Maybe they're taking over people. I don't know. That's still very bizarre. Yep. I do strange. I excel at strange, says Scotty. Aw, the kids want chili. Okay, Emmett. Emmett. Emmett Flesty. What is Flesty that you're emitting? What is this Flesty? Hmm. Got a 3-year-old still trying to figure out daddy. You and Strange have history. Third rock from the sun, that's right. I missed something too. Circle K. Oh, well, if the kids want feisty fleisty. Fleisty was getting feisty. I missed something too. Something went on there I'm not sure about. Anywhere with them, I was stuck at my window for hours. Who? Mary, I do not recall ever going anywhere with them. Whom? Okay. Okay. I missed something. Oh, you've got a YouTube. What is the YouTube about? The spaceship. I don't know. Circle K just crossed my mind. That's all. Maybe Circle K is here in spirit, hey? Or was here in spirit? Vatican. You know, reading chat can be so disjointed. I'm still trying to figure out which dollars. You're all, you all over the place. It's okay. You can be all over the place. I'm not. Here, if you want to talk about something in particular, here's the link. Come right on in. You'll end up backstage. Oh, you had Taco Bell today. Oh, Greg Braden, yes. Yeah, Greg Braden. I met him. I met him. I met Ted. I think his name's Ted Henry. Another one of those Gaia people. I met several of those Gaia people that they have on Gaia at different conventions and stuff that I went to. I went to a lot of conventions at one time, and I'd meet all these kind of people there. And I belonged to all these metaphysical societies. So over time, for a while, I was meeting all of the authors and everything. Well, I met a lot of them that I didn't know who they were until later. I didn't even know who I was talking to until later on. Mr. Perfect Hair, you know, my brother. And frankly, Taco Bell, it's good for a quick stop, but they're one of the worst. They're one of the worst. I used to love some of our Mexican restaurants around here. They were so good. Taco Bell is for when you have no money. It's for when you are digging up change from the couch and the cushions and looking on the floor. And I mean, when we were really broke for a while, we would look outside the pickup windows at night to see if there was any change scattered around the window when we were kids, when we were young. Because basically that's where people would be dropping change, change, and oh God, I mean, yeah, that's what Taco Bell was for. It was for when you were broke on your ass and couldn't have anything else. Then you could get 99 cents. McDonald's was like that too. Then you could get 99 cents something or other and eat. Mm. So, and so this whole mystique about Taco Bell. What is it? Taco Bell is like the least good Mexican restaurant you can get. It's just the same stuff piled in different ways on different kinds of corn products. Corn and they use the same ingredients over and over again. It's the same ingredients. It's ground beef, seasoned ground beef, and onions and lettuce and sour cream and cheese. It's all made of the same stuff on corn or flour tortilla. It's all the same. What is the big deal with Taco Bell? Yeah, street tacos. I mean, I have had good tacos. I've had good burritos. Not really from Taco Bell. Yikes! Three tacos and a side order of Fiesta potatoes cost you $18? That's terrible. Ah, you're going to buy into the franchise, but you got high. Okay, well, but you got high, but you got high, but you got high. Wow. Yeah, you know what? It's like there was a place here, but now it's under other management. There was a place here that had the most wonderful burritos. They weren't really very Mexican burritos. They weren't really Mexican exactly, but they were so good. They were delicious. And you could get all kinds of things on it. You could get corn, you could get rice, along with your other burrito stuff, you could get meat or no meat. You could get just beans. You could get black beans, red beans. You could get, you know, the whole sour cream and all that stuff, onions, whatever, lettuce, cheese, olives, like a pizza. You could get all kinds of things on your burrito, and the burritos came in two sizes, regular size and El Bigo. And I mean, I used to love to get an El Bigo and have half and then half again later. Oh my God, they were so good. I mean, and they had chicken tacos or chicken burritos. It was amazing. I don't know. We got on this now. Why? We're talking about herbs. We're going to burritos. Who has the best burritos? So Project Skyfall says so they're good Sasquatch and bad ones. Yeah, as far as I can tell, there are good ones and bad ones. And same with reptilians, or rather than saying good ones and bad ones, is that they come kind of like we do, kind of like us. They're a mixed bag. The Taco Bell meat is just one grade above dog food. Uh-huh. Yeah. Mexican food for Mexicans is just food. uh, uh-huh. I used to love good Mexican food. We had some good restaurants around here. See, that's it. And you know what? It's funny because local cooking, um, most regional cooking will put together ingredients that actually help each other. I mean, like for instance, um, garlic in cultures that use a lot of butter, you know, it kind of mitigates the effect that it could have on your blood pressure. That kind of thing I notice. Serving ginger and I've mentioned this before, wasabi with sushi, because the sushi people uh, got to realize that the whole reason sushi happened was they didn't have enough fuel to cook, and they had to figure out how to make raw food safe. And they came up cutting it very, very thin so you could tell if it had parasites, because uh, if you don't cut it that thin, you can end up with things like stringworms and stuff in it that can kill you. So they had to do it that way. Still, there's going to be parasite eggs in there. So they would also and that really, it was interesting when I found out horseradish is what the wasabi is. Horseradish acts like histamine and irritates soft-bodied creatures like worms, parasites. And then the ginger is a general health tonic. So really, they were trying to shore up your health while you ate this raw food to keep you from getting sick from the raw food. Now, if that isn't interesting, so, but you got to realize a lot of these people went by these Ayurvedic rules. They had people that still knew about all that stuff. Yeah, wasabi is delicious. I love horseradish too. You know what? My hard boiled egg and horseradish, that sounds good. Yeah, that sounds good. Oh yeah, smash garbanzo beans. Yeah, you can do that. Um, but horseradish is good for you. I mean, now here's the thing. If I had a garden, one of the things I would definitely grow would be beets because you can eat the root and the top. And it's entirely different, but still both very good. The top beet tops, and they usually just sell you the beetroot when you go out to buy the beetroot. The beetroots are great for you. I mean, they have a lot of healthy vitamins and minerals in them because they're a root crop, right? But the tops are wonderful too, and sometimes I cut the tops off, and that's horrible because I love beet tops. They're a lot like spinach, and when you cook them with other greens, they're just like, oh man, they're good. You like greens, try beet tops. Really good. So yeah, I would definitely be using beets. But there's a lovely beet recipe um, that my Polish friend makes where you stir up beets and sour cream and horseradish. Really good. And a little bit apple cider vinegar for flavor and salt. And it's really good. That's how I eat beets now. You puree the beets and then you puree the beets, cook them, puree them, mix them up with that stuff. It's really good. It's also beets are very good for you, and so is a horseradish. No wonder people were strong, right? No, they think about it. Some of these things that people ate every single day, it would make you very strong, sturdy, very resilient, wouldn't it? Hmm. Trying to find your life purpose. Have you asked the universe, Project Skyfold, what your life purpose is? Because that's what I did. I went into meditation and I just asked, and I did get answers. Oh yeah, build up your blood. That's what my mom always said. Eat your beets; they build your blood up. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so basically, pureed cooked beets. Um, you could use wasabi. I'm thinking I might try that. I might try wasabi. What wasabi? Maybe I'll try kimasabi. No, I'll try. Maybe I'll try wasabi instead of regular horseradish. But um, yeah, horseradish, sour cream, just a touch apple cider vinegar to give it a kick. Some salt. You can put a little garlic. I put a little garlic in mine. I love, but that's because I love garlic. I absolutely love garlic. But yeah, and then you just whip it all together, cook it all together, warm it up. Eat it warm, eat it cold. I love it both ways. It's delicious. It's my favorite way to have beets now. As a matter of fact, I think next time I go out, I might get me some beets, make up some beets and beet cups. Exactly. Super connected. Yeah. When we eat what we plant, who do ask for life? Do you mean how do you ask for your life purpose, Project Skyfall? Saute garlic, onion, and mushrooms. Oh, that's my favorite. I call that my holy trinity: garlic, onion, and mushrooms. I, I, any kind of meat, garlic, onion, and mushrooms. Yeah, I have it with any kind of meat or anything else, but with egg, anything. My favorite thing to put with a protein: beans, anything. You can put that with anything. Sky Falls. Oh, who do you ask for life purpose? Well, you're asking yourself. You're asking yourself, Project Skyfall, because like I tell you all the time, there's a bigger you that knows a lot more than your conscious you, than your what we some people call the ego, the personality, the identity, whatever. Your small self here. You have a bigger self that knows exactly why you came here. It knows exactly. That's what meditation is for. You go inward and you ask, what's my purpose? It'll come out. It'll come to you. Your higher self, some people call it higher self, some people call it larger self, deeper self, wiser self, bigger self. It's the greater part of you that knows everything. And it remembers why you came here, even if you don't consciously remember it. It's in there. It's in there. You can find it. I've found it several times. And sometimes you'll feel the energy shift and you'll think, yeah, I think things have changed. And sure enough, when I ask again, it's changed. It's changed a little. Because for a long time it was free the slaves, but now we have a new focus, a little bit different focus, a little bit different way to see it. Help people regain their godlike superpowers. That's how slaves get free. Help people regain their godlike superpowers and realize that they are divine. That is how you get free. It's how the slaves become free. Because I said, how am I supposed to do that? And that was what it came up. I heard myself saying it in a show and I said, dang, you know what? That is what I'm doing. In fact, that is how we get free. Regain our godlike superpowers. And who can do shit? Nobody can do jack squat to us. We don't need to be anybody's slave. That's why they want to take them away. Is because if you screw around with us enough that we don't have them, and obviously most people don't think they have a chance at having any of this, so it's worked. And what happens? Then you become slaves because you could become dependent. When you become independent, what can they do? When you have your godlike superpowers back, you can just, you know? Yeah. Well, Scotty, so many times it does when you're happy. When you're happy, a lot of stuff comes to you because you have a higher vibration when you're happy. Of course. Of course it'll come to you then. That happiness will bring you a lot of answers. And then the question is, how do I get happy? That's right. You have a spark of divinity within you. That's right, Mary. Oh, the more you looked for purpose, the unhappier, Scotty says. He tried to find a purpose and it made him unhappy. Maybe your purpose was to figure out how to get happy. You know, things don't always get answered in words. But sometimes mine have been. My questions have been answered in words, but really more often not. Really more often it's just I just realize it. It's like, oh damn, that must be the answer. Oh, all right. Ah, okay. I did ask that question, didn't I? I guess that's the answer. Yeah. Your questions get answered. You just don't often so many people don't realize it when their question gets answered. So let me ask you, Project Skyfall. Think about it. As you're asking that question, as you're thinking about that question, has anything come up that's not in words? that might be pointing at it. No. Hey, you might already be doing it. Right. I have an, me too, Mary. I have an answer pretty soon after I ask. Sometimes before I even make a formal question out of it, sometimes I just start thinking, well, what about, oh, here. It's like, oh, yeah, I was about to ask that. So, yeah, it's like, it's not that hard. Not that hard to get an answer, but you got to be aware of when it comes in that that's your answer. That's the answer right there, you know? I mean, and they say that usually your money talent, the talent that can make you a lot of money, is something that you do so naturally that you don't even know that you're doing anything super. Your super talent that can make you lots of money, or your purpose or whatever, a lot of times it's something that you do so natural that you don't even realize that it's anything special. Like everybody else will be thinking, wow, that's so special, be like, how do you do that? Um, but you just do it, and there's nothing to it for you, right? And that is your gift. Well, the thing is though, if you're a multi-talented person like me, because I can do art, I can draw, I can create things, you know, all kinds of things I've created. I can do costumes and um, cook, I can do music, I can do, I have all of these skills. I mean, just about every kind of craft I've ever tried, I've been really good at. People see me do things. I've seen people just watch me going, how's she doing that? I'd be in trouble trying to do that. I don't, like I remember one time I had a little, not a chisel. I can't think what they call them, but you carve wood with it. And I was very gently carving a staff, the top of a staff, and carving the bark off of it. And um, there were a couple guys watching me, and they were like, "Oh man, you're gonna take you're gonna take the tip of your finger off with that." And they were laughing. Oh, she's gonna take the tip of her finger off with that. It's like, no, no, I'm not. I've done this a bunch of times. I'm not gonna do anything like that. Because I have respect for it. I'm not gonna try and muscle my way through it. I'm just very gently working with it here. I'm not gonna hurt myself. They just looked at me, and through the whole project, they just watched me. No blood, no blood at all. And they're just like, kind of like crestfallen. We were waiting to see what it wasn't going to happen. You know, that kind of thing. I remember, and this was something they used to do before, during the Depression, before when they couldn't have Christmas ornaments, they would take cans and cut them up and make ornaments out of the cans. So I decide I'm sitting at lunch, I'm bored. I whip out a pair of scissors and start cutting up a can. And these two people are watching me. Once again, it's a couple of people, and they're talking back and forth. How is she doing that? How is she doing that without being cut to ribbons? I would cut myself if I even if I even thought about doing that. How is she cutting that can into shape? Well, apparently back in the Depression days, people very commonly did that kind of, and they didn't think very much of it. They didn't think about it much. So, it was just another thing they did. And the edges are sharp when you do that, but then you just are careful how you touch them. So basically, you're pretty good at drinking beer. There you go, Scotty. Well, got that one solved. Wait a minute. Married guys like me are, there's two ways I read that now. Married guys like me, or married guys like me. Wait a minute. My brain is going, is Project Skyfall's male or female? Am I getting this wrong? Am I missing something entirely here? A go-getter. Maybe I'm not. Maybe you're not. So what if you're not? Oh, well, there's an idea. An app. Sure, there's an app for everything these days, isn't there? Yeah. I mean, usually it's just something. And you know what? It's funny because even me, in my case, I guess I do free the slaves pretty well because if you know me very long, if you know me for a while, and you hear what I'm saying and you listen and you start to apply it, you will start to free yourself. I mean, that is what I've been doing all this time. I realized I have been helping to free the slaves because people are enslaved on many different levels, but having the truth helps you take the chains off, right? Take the shackles off your mind. Free your mind and the rest will follow. Be colorblind, don't be so shallow. Um, and it's more than just colorblind, it's everything blind. It's phenomena blind. There could be phenomena going on around you trying to get your attention, and you're ignoring it or writing it off or making excuses for why it's there. Oh, you couldn't find it. Well, some apps come and go. I mean, I've had some pretty cool apps that just disappear on me. It's sad. It's like, wow, that was a good app. Why is it gone? I've had that happen. Like my movie app. I had an app I love to make movies with. You could edit like a god with this program, and I can't find it. Really upsetting. Yeah, it's like being snowblind. It is kind of like that. Paradise Theater, yeah. Stick. I like sticks. Yeah. You know what? One of my favorite though was, of course, I used to sing it at karaoke. Is Come Sail Away. Yeah. I thought that they were angels, but to my surprise, climbed aboard their starship and headed for the sky. They said, come sail away, come sail away, come sail away with me, lads. Come sail away. I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting. I'm still waiting, David. Date. David. Didn't know what time it was, the lights were low. Oh, oh, I leaned back on my radio. Oh, oh, cat was laying down some rock and roll, lot of soap said. Then the loud sound did seem to fade. Yay, yay, came back like a slow voice on a wave of light. What no DJ, that was crazy cosmic jive. You're sitting on a bar stool talking like a damn fool. Oh, works with your path. You've still got some readings, your sons and a few friends. It works with your life path. What does? Right, Scotty. Well, you know what? I know somebody who found that out the hard way. He thought he was so popular. He thought he had a great personality. He thought everybody just loved his personality. He ended up down on his luck. Guess what? Gone. Vanished. All the friends. It's like, he's like, what happened, man? You know, well, you were buying, right? Is it any wonder I'm not a criminal? Is it any wonder I'm not? I had too much time on my hands. Yeah, um, I think that's what's wrong with a lot of people right now. I think some people just have too much time in their hands. I think COVID did a lot of that. You know what happened when people had too much time in their hands. I've seen what happens when people have too much time in their hands. You know, pretty scary stuff. Um, People, well, it can be wonderful. I mean, they can come up with wonderful things too. Before we had a lot of the electronic media and stuff, people came up with a lot more interesting pastimes too outside of it. You know, the TV and stuff. Well, when we started having TV and everything, things kind of gravitated that way. But some people use that in a positive way, and some people are just very negative about it. And if you are negative about it, then you end up with too much time on your hands and you end up just getting yourself into trouble. Some people, I think, they need to be busy. Knitting, are you going to knit? You going to take up knitting? Scotty's going to take up knitting. I have a good way that you could take up knitting. There, you can get a little loom and just sit there and go round and round and round, just throwing loops over all day. Oh yeah, lots of relationships broke up over COVID. They sure did. Is it any wonder I'm not in jail? Is it any wonder I've got too much time on my hands and it's taken away with my sanity? Custom pot holders. Scotty's pust. I can't talk. Scotty's custom Scott boulders. Custom Scotch boulders. There you go. That's your first product. Rita's like, what the hell is she talking about? I'm beginning to sound like Biden. what? What the hell? Hot boulders. Hot boulders. That's what you need. Custom Scotty's custom hot boulders. There you go. What do we do with this? I don't know, but they're all the rage. Making homemade pit holders. You mean pot holders? Yeah. Um, I'm gonna make actually, you know what? Make cozies for panhandles, not for panhandlers. That's not what I mean. I mean for the handles of iron pans because there's a whole iron pan cult. You know, I'm one of the priestesses of the iron pan. But iron pans, of course, don't come with generally don't come. Cast iron pans. You need pot holders for those suckers. So actually, you could probably they now have cozies that you can buy for the handle so that you don't burn yourself. You can keep them on the handle and not burn yourself. I have been thinking of making some of those for my pet because I use them all the time. I use iron. I teach other people how to use iron pans. If you ever want me to do a lesson on how to use iron pans, let me tell you, an iron pan is more than just something to cook on. A cast iron pan is an investment. It will stay useful long after you've stopped being useful in most cases. In 100 years, somebody will still be able to cook on that pan, barring thermonuclear war. And maybe even then. Yeah, you need we need pot cozies, pan holder cozies. I know he's running again, and he can't even hardly walk. Can't climb stairs, but he's running. Can't. I mean, what I got him hyped up on anyway? Do you think? What kind of drugs do you think they have him on? Just wondering. And every time he says, and that people have kind of caught on, every time he says, my dad said Joey, everything that follows after my dad said Joey is completely didn't happen. Complete fabrication. Everything he has ever said his dad told him is a complete the story that comes after is complete fabrication. You go to check it, absolutely false. Never happened. And people still think he's a great guy. I can't believe some people still like him. Oh my God. The good chit. I, you know, why, and nobody can understand why has this been left to go on so long? If it was anybody else, I mean, throughout history, if anybody acted like this, he'd be out long time ago. Are they that afraid of Cammy? What the hell's going on? Why ain't he way out? Only one reason. It's got to be permanent Washington wants him there because he's the big guy. 10% for the big guy. It's just a whole freaking crazy shit. The whole thing is bullshit. Yeah, it would be a lot funnier if he wasn't running America into the ground, and that's the problem. Yeah, supposedly, that alone is a reason to not have him as president, to get him out of the office. That in itself, Alzheimer's, dementia. I mean, my mother had dementia. I'll tell you right now. You know, I kind of do see the similarities, the making up stories and shit. It's almost like they make up these stories and they really believe them. Not true, but they make up these fantasies and they they even believe them. They lie to themselves enough. They have dementia. They don't know they're not true. They think they're true. They think they happen. Nobody else can find any evidence of it happening. And my mother was that way too. You know, she had dementia. I'll tell you that had the thought of my mother running anything. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. And the crazier she got, I'm not sure if it was the more religious she got, the crazier she got, or the crazier she got, the more religious she got. I was talking to, but they both happened, you know. She was very religious, and it was like it was really the more religious, the more she just got religious, the crazier her thinking was also at the same time. It was running concurrently. I don't know which came first, but totally, totally. People who are hyper religious, they're usually also quite nutty if you'll look at history. PDF file, and this is a that's funny. Well, see, that's just it. What do I keep saying? What I keep saying is we all want change. But if you don't allow change, in order for things to change, you've got to let changes happen. You can't keep everything the same and have things change. You, you got to change something. It should be because it just completely normal, but obvious. My mama had early onset dementia, and you show signs of me. I show signs of it. You talking to me, Pammy? You talking to? Oh, I show signs of it. Early onset dementia. Like what, Pammy? Oh, Facebook was trying to say that it wasn't. No, you were just facts. Facts. Remember when they tell you that it's when they do the fact checking, they're screwing around. Fact checkers. They're fact checkers. It's going to get upset whether they like it or not on their terms or ours. Yeah. Oh, God. I saw it, Mary Wins. How he's sniffing them up. And there's a lot of times kids are clinging in fear to their parents, like, ah, save me. And he's like leaning in and sniffing them all up. And I mean, he'll come up behind. He came up that one young girl. He comes up and he's like, "Remember, no serious dating until you're 21" or something like that. And I'm like, and he's all sniffing up on her. He's a spooky, creepy dude, man. And kids pick it up. They don't like him. The untrue part was his shoes are brown and the pig not black. What? Yeah, you know. Well, see, that's just it. Is that kind of thing does run in the family, a lot of times. They learn it from somewhere. Now they're beginning to investigate child trafficking for the whole freaking family. Money laundering. It looks like it's a whole crime syndicate family. Probably is. He had blue eyes before, yeah. That's true. Well, see, I'm not sure whether they were dark because they were actually colored dark or whether the pupils were so freaking dilated that they looked black. And now he squints so much it's hard to tell. He's all squinty, so you can't really see his eyes that well. So, yeah, he walks weird. They're brown because he's so full of it. Well, there's lots of versions of family. But yeah, now, you know what? It's funny because somebody noticed that his brothers all look so much like him that they could be clones. What if one of his brothers is playing Joe Biden or something? Here's a conspiracy theory. Could Joe be being played by one of his brothers, actually? One of his relatives? Maybe we don't have Joe. I don't think we have Joe. To tell you the truth, I've been thinking for years. No, that that ain't this real guy. He's somebody else. Our cartoon presidents. No. Yes, and not funny, not a funny joke. But it's like, here's the thing. You're not probably going to find a politician that's going to have everything we need. I don't think we have anybody. There is no. I keep saying, don't put all your hopes on one person, no matter how good or competent they seem. Because as we saw, if the rest of Washington is against you, you can't get very far. One person is not going to be able to change everything alone, which is really what we saw. Already saw that with the last guy, Orange Man. There's so many things that he couldn't do because, he just was stopped. He couldn't do it. They put blocks up every way that they could. They harassed him completely all the way through his 4 years. He was nothing but harassed. Well, you just put on a wig, Pammy. If we're going to hell in a handbasket, well, you know what? That's just it. We may have to come up with a solar powered handbasket, Scotty. I don't know how to do that. Solar powered handbasket? Anybody know how to build one? Replacements, yeah. You can be replaced. I mean, I've heard that people, yeah, genetics are weird. I guess Tom Hanks could be being played by his brother. That's another conspiracy theory that Tom Hanks is being played by his brother. Should have called this show Conspiracy Theories, right? Popular conspiracy theories. I ain't pulling up in hell in no electric car. That ain't how I'm gonna roll up on hell, baby. I ain't gonna come rolling up in no electric handbasket. No solar powered electric handbasket. My handbasket is gonna be a Trans Am. Oh my God. He does look different now. See, yeah, some kids they look like one parent when they're young and another parent when they get older. You know what's really scary? I look a lot like my mom at her age. It's scary. It's like, sometimes I freak myself out. Tom. Tom. Okay, who's Tom? Oh boy. Yeah, I tell you, I I look at her at pictures of her and I'm like, oh yeah, I guess I am related. Jeez. I was so hoping I was dropped off by, the space people. Maybe I still was, though. I think I still was. I still think they have been meddling in my family's genetics for a long, long time because of the stories. Oh, really? Which moon? That would be interesting. I'd kind of like to see what you look like then. Um, the question. And you know what? It's funny because um, there are certain characteristics like Like blue eyes are recessive, but I have blue eyes, like blue-green, but they're blue. They're recessive, but they will follow down. My mother's were more hazel, but my father's were blue. My hair, though, that's the weird thing. My hair has pretty weird characteristics. My hair does a really neat trick of turning red in the sun. You know, you might think when it gets bleached out by the sun, a lot of times it's a really dark blonde, but it can look brown in light in certain lighting. It can look brown, and yet when I go outside, it's definitely red. You know, people go, "Oh, the redhead," and for a long time, I'm like, why do they think I'm a redhead? Well, then I caught sight of myself in a mirror outside, which I don't look at myself in a mirror outside too often. Damn, my hair was red with the sun shining right on it, right through it. And then I look back at some of my pictures. Well, damn, yeah, the outside pictures. Damn, I have red hair. Mm-hmm. Yeah, your eyes change. They don't get all slitty, do they, Scotty? Mm-hmm. 2% of the population. Mm-hmm. From green to blue to red. Red? Well, that's when you've been smoking up. Yeah, I have green eyes that are my eyes usually range from kind of gray blue through blue, green, teal blue, dark green, like a forest green sometimes, but usually in the blue green range. Something in the blue green range, usually. But my ex's, his were brown through yellow. And when his eyes turned yellow, then you had to be careful. Something was up. They blink left to right. What? You know what? People have said that about me too. That that my eyebrows would somehow look redder. Your eyebrows look very red today. You must be upset. Well, the interesting thing is that I guess the way that red hair ages is um, first it just kind of loses its red, goes into kind of a blonde, and gets a little bit less red blonde until the sun. Yeah, I guess so. I guess it's normal. The other thing is, redheads are supposed to be able to withstand pain better than anybody else, better than other members of the populace. And there's other things about red haired people. Now, remember, we might be getting those red haired genes from the Anunnaki or Anunnaki, or, whichever way you want to say it. Might be their genes that are giving us the red hair. Just saying. Oh, has a little barbecue flavor still. Interesting. A little bit of that barbecue flavor in the coffee. Are you saying that you're an airhead, Scotty? RH negative? I don't know. You know what? I don't know what my blood type is. They never would tell me. They never told me. I've asked them when they've taken my blood. Here I am. I'm itchy today. I hope I didn't get bit. The bugs shouldn't be out that early. Just a steam head. Witch moon, a resemblance. Yeah, I don't see a picture of witch moon. Right. You know what? This is interesting. Yeah, the giants were all gingers. They were all blonde and ginger, mostly ginger. Ah, I see. Hmm. I'm tall. I'm 5'10", just about. Well, I'm between 5'8" and 5'10". Depends on how much I slouch, I guess, and how much my bones kind of squash together during the day. But yeah, I'm kind of tall. I don't know if I'm a negative. I might be. I wouldn't be surprised. Ginger, you know what it is? I make ginger tea. It's the bomb. And it's hot. I like my ginger tea hot. Hot, hot, hot. Ginger tea is so good for you, man. If you haven't tried to make ginger tea from the root, try it. Try it. I should put a video out how to make ginger tea from the root. Oh, it's good. It's so good. It's anti-inflammatory. It's hot. And if you make it sweet, it's so delicious. But I don't always make it sweet. A lot of times I've gotten used to drinking it with the cinnamon and the lemon. Oh, we are time travelers, sure. Oh, cookies. I know cookies are a wonderful invention. Yeah. You were 4'11". Wow. See, my family was tall though. I had I had cousins that were well over 6 feet. You know, a lot of I had tall cousins. Sometimes it felt like I was standing in a forest at a family reunion. And sage is unacceptable. You can't do ginger. Why can't you do ginger? Oh yeah, well you can get powdered ginger, Scotty, as a spice. But yeah, the root ginger is much better. as a spice, I'm not that thrilled with the way that comes out as tea. No, it's much better to get the root. And I practically puree it to get all the flavor out of it. And then you know what I do? After I'm done using it to make tea, then I take the scraps, the leftovers, the dregs, and I put it in cooking with the turmeric and the ginger. I use it in cooking sauces and stuff and seasoning meat and stuff, yeah, to get rid of it so it isn't wasted. And honestly, it makes things good. Makes you nauseous. That's too bad. Because ginger is actually for nausea. Nausea is one of the things it's supposed to cure. Oh, no, that's too bad. But I say that a lot is that we can't expect everything to work for everyone the same. Ooh, yeah, oxtail soup. Haven't had that in ages. Kidney infections are painful. I had one as a kid. Oh, that's sad. I'm sorry to hear that. I haven't had oxtail in ages. Just never occurred to me to make it. I make bone broth though. I love bone broth. Just never thought to make oxtail soup for some reason. In a lot, a long, long, long time. Oxtails aren't cheap anymore. Oxtails are not cheap. I mean, they used to be really cheap. Bones used to be cheap. Soup bones and stuff. Not anymore. Ever since, you know what? And I called it right again. I called it right again. Now that people know that bone broth is good for you, now that we're catching on that bone broth is a great thing, now all of the cuts that are on sale are boneless cuts, mostly. The expensive cuts have bone. What do you think happened here? It's because they figured out that we like bone broth, that we've caught on to the whole bone broth thing, that it's helpful. And so, of course, they're going to charge us for the bones now. Oh, it's okay, Michelle. You want your baby back ribs? God, I'm itchy. Wait, how did I get so? But you know what? When I come in from the outside, I'm often itchy. I wonder if there's something in our air. I'm here in Ohio where we have leaks and spills and shit in our air. I really wonder, is there something getting on me making me itchy? What? Okay, plead your case right there. You're just not getting enough love. You want some love? There you go. He gets upset if he doesn't get attention after a while. You know what? That makes sense. Because my mother, I grew fast. My mother gave me, we had chicken soup all the time and beef soup, chicken soup, bone. We had bone broth all the time, all the time. I mean, they never called it that, but we had it. We had, because the way that the rotation would always go would be you'd have the roast, and then you'd have the stew, and then you'd have the soup, right? The soup was the last. It was made out of the bone and whatever was left, right? That's the that's how it went. That's how you got rid of a roast. You'd get a big old roast, then it was roast one day, and then it was stew, and then it was soup. That's how it went. We had we had bone broth constantly. That's what we had most of the time. You're crazy itchy, huh? Oh, let me try this. Who does this belong to? Send it back with consciousness. Beef backbone like the vertebrae. Yeah, backbone, vertebra, beef vertebra. Something must be going on. Wonder what the itchy part, what the itchy stuff is. Hmm. So you put veggies, green onion, peanuts, no shells. I never tried it with peanuts. Are you bragging about your peanuts again, Scotty? Hi, Lady Spellbreaker. How you doing? You're gonna say it. Scotty's bragging about his peanuts. Yeah, the bone marrow really makes great broth. It really does. Greetings, Earthlings. Looks around to see who's an Earthling here, who acknowledges being an Earthling. That wouldn't be me. And the rest of you, too. Greetings, Earthlings, and all you guys, too. Hi, Heather. No, you have walnuts. That sounds painful, Scotty. uh, you think you're in Hades? What happened? I'm sorry to hear that. What happened? I'm gonna tease you in John's class. Scotty was over at my place bragging about his peanuts. My, oh, I'm great, actually. Itchy, but great. I trying to figure out why I'm so itchy, but I'm great. Not shaken or roasted or stirred. Maybe not stirred either. Uh, yeah. Get the nutrition, taste some lucky. Yeah, yeah. Really? Hmm. How is it? I, how can I help you? Can I help you? Can I help? Well, I'll say it again. The more, because I've been in hell, you know, and really, there are a lot of people, and there's actually some evidence that hell is right here, right now, in this place. If you are of a certain vibration, I mean, you, the only thing I can tell you is in order to get out of hell, you've got to raise your vibration somehow. It's the only way. That'll get you out of hell. And it's very hard to do in some cases. I know. Believe me. You had two labs that you couldn't leave the peanuts out, and they'd eat them. Oh boy. You know what? It's funny. With my cat, I couldn't leave Comfrey soaking in the sink. She'd come up and eat the tips and the stems off all the comfrey leaves. She loved it. Comfrey's great, guys. If you can get comfrey, if you can find fresh comfrey, comfrey's great for you. It really is. Don't listen to the bullshit about the toxics. It's not really. It's you can eat it. The horticultural kind you can eat all day. It isn't going to hurt you. I've eaten much of it. I know people who lived on that stuff. Well, the funny thing is, it doesn't affect me as much anymore. And it's not because I don't care, because I do care, but at the same time, I know that the only way to change it is a frequency shift. Because really, it's the only thing I can really do is shift frequency, individually about any of it that's going on. Yes, it's very dark, but if you can shift yourself, you are shifting the world because you're part of the world. Yeah, some days are really rough. But you know what? It's less so now. I've finally gotten it to where it's not so hellish anymore. You can get out of it. You can get yourself out of it. You can in life. You don't have to be. You don't have to be in hell in life. That's why I keep teaching a frequency shift. That's why I keep teaching the breathing. That's why I keep teaching the meditation, the herbs to get you out of your pain, the meditation to get you out of your, um, and there are things you can do to get out of your head and into your heart. There's heaven in your heart. Hmm. And Yeah, I used to have a lot more. I'll say it again. The more that I affirm and say and know and realize that I am God and so are you, and as God, I'm a creator, and as a creator, I can exert some power over this. I can exert power over this. I have power, and I have the power of imagination. I can imagine better and I can get better. And that's been happening. I am now at a place that I could have only dreamed of when I was younger. I'm in a place that's nice, really nice. This is the best place I've ever lived. And I've managed to bring that into manifestation. You know, it, it's it's possible to get out of your suffering. It really is. If I can impress anything on you, it's one thing I really want to impress. You don't have to keep suffering. You can pull yourself up out of it and manifest what you need. Well, I'm trying to give you stuff practically every time I come in that works against fibromyalgia. Too bad you can't have ginger. Ginger really helps. Ginger actually is a great way to fight it, but try the boswellia. The boswellia, oh my gosh, everybody that's tried that, that's listened to me and actually tried it, they really like it. Try the boswellia. If that doesn't make you sick, that's great then. Right. I have to pull myself out of my grief. Yeah, I'm another one of those leader types. Right. I ended up being a leader quite often in my life. But usually the reason I become a leader is because the leader ain't leading. The designated leader ain't leading. So somebody's got to do it. So I jump in and do it. A lot of times that's how I became a leader in this life. Oh, nobody's doing this. Okay, I guess I'll have to do this. And um, in a lot of cases, I've been an instigator. Be an instigator. Yeah, we can only share our experience. That's right. Yes, the frequency videos, Emmett. Absolutely. I keep recommending those. Music that makes you happy. I know. Well, when I was looking after my mother with dementia, yeah, it would have been it was very hard. It was very hard. It was hard. That was just a horrible time of my life, living with a mother with dementia. You can get yourself to where you have help and stuff. What you can do is you can manifest help, people who can help you out with that. Too old to rock and too young to die. Ah, that's funny. You know what? I had somebody today somebody was at the picnic and they were so down and they were always and I'm like, dude, it's a beautiful day. Can you not see? The sun is bright, the sky is blue, the air is warm. We're out in a beautiful park. Can't you just lay that down for a minute? All that stuff. I'm so happy to be here. And I tried to get her out of it, and the only thing that got her out of it was singing. That's right. You don't have to do everything by yourself. Michelle, you don't have to do everything by yourself. You can manifest help. As a matter of fact, I'm going to ask for you to get some help right now. Maybe we all can do that. Maybe we all can do a little bit of creative imagining that and some intending. That's why I'm so big on it. Your intentions. What do you intend things to be like? I keep getting that lesson over and over. Choose. What do you choose? What do you choose your future to be like? You can pull a future towards you, but first you got to decide what you want. You know what? I am so enjoying Mercury in retrograde. I don't have a problem with it anymore. I used to. I have made peace with Mercury in retrograde to such an extent that I just expect shit to happen. And I know it's going to come all, it's going to be okay. It's going to come undone. It's going to be okay in the end. But it's like it plays a lot of tricks on you. But if you're aware of that, you don't have to fall into the trap. You don't have to fall into the trap. You don't have to fall for any of it. It's going to try and scare you. It likes to do that. The little backward the little Heyoka. You know the concept of the Heyoka? I like to call Mercury retrograde the Heyoka. It's like the Heyoka. The backwards shaman, the backwards clown. Yeah. Look up what a Heyoka is. I think you'll agree. Mercury retrograde's like a Heyoka. Yeah, prove it to yourself. Prove it to yourself. Start small. I did that. I started manifesting a few things, and then as time went on, I manifested a few more things. One thing is, I'm wearing a 3X t shirt. It's getting pretty large on me now. There was one time when I filled out a 3X pretty good and it was tight. But now 3X is getting kind of loose on me. There's small things you can manifest too. I mean, for a while I was manifesting smaller things and I just kind of worked my way up to manifesting bigger things. But as you manifest bigger things, then you find as you manifest bigger things, yeah, it kind of gives you the faith in yourself. You need faith in yourself. Oh yeah. Water alchemy and the copper crystal frequency. Yeah, yeah. Thank you. And yeah, well, my coloring's better. My skin is cleared up. If I stay away from the bad foods that I'm not good for me, my skin clears up. Um, you know, a lot of I feel better. I have more energy. Um, and that's physical manifesting. And yes, I've had to do some physical thing to manifest that. But the idea is that I am manifesting it. Okay. And I would manifest small things at first, and then I manifest bigger and bigger. And as I got bigger, as I gained, what I guess what I'm trying to say is, as I gained confidence, I could manifest bigger things as I gained confidence. Okay. Yes. You know what? That's another thing. Being gratitude, gratitude. I'm very big on being grateful. That's the other thing I was trying to tell this person earlier today, that was just everything was so bad and everything was so horrible. I said, can't you think of something you'd be grateful for? Like, I'm so grateful for this nice warm sunshine, this beautiful weather, this beautiful sky, this beautiful park we're in. The food grilling on the grill smells so good. Can't you be thankful for that? Can't you be happy about that? Look at what's right in front of you. And here's part of it too. Be in the moment. Oh, you hear that all the time. I used to think, what a platitude. Being in the moment's horrible. You can make the moment less horrible. Quit worrying about the future, quit thinking about the past, and the present moment becomes better. You know, if in the present moment you are warm and safe and fed and have a night, maybe you have a nice view, maybe you have a loved one near you, maybe you have a nice little cat or a dog, anything you have to appreciate, the fact that you still have all your limbs, whatever. I've said this millions of times. Just be glad that you still have your hands. Be glad that you can still see. Maybe you don't see perfectly. Be glad you can still see. Some people are blind. Be glad that you can still hear. Be glad you can still eat. You've still got stuff to eat. You've got friends. You've got like a lot of us have pets. Glad for our little pets. I'm so glad for, you know, Cowboy cheers me up so much. I love him. Pants? Who's talking about pants? Yeah. Well, I love ice cream too, but I'm careful about how much I eat now of it. But wow, I'm wearing pants. I'm sorry, Scotty. I'm wearing pants. I'm wearing jeans. I'm wearing my jeans where everybody can see them. Anyway, yeah, you really don't have to. You see, the thing is, you don't have to put up with what. Okay, how do I explain this? Thinking about the past, thinking about the future. You're eating up now. You're eating up the now. whatever's good in the now. You're eating it up by stewing about the past and the future. You've got to look at what you got right now that's good. That'll raise your frequency. Then the future will be a lot better. Here's the thing. The point of power is right now, always. Whatever now you're in, that's the point of power. And from there, you can create everything. You can even change the past. Yes, you can. People try to say you can't, but that's not true. I have. Mhm. Right at this moment, if it's all good, then it's all good. Think about how all good it is. Please remember your creators. Please remember that. Your creators. What you're thinking about, you're creating. If they get you thinking about all this scary stuff, you're going to create it. We really need to think about creating something beautiful. We need to create beauty. We need to somehow, even if you have to freaking trick yourself into it. And sometimes I had to. Don't think that I haven't had bad times. I've had horrible times. There's been times that would scare the bejesus out of you. Really. I don't go into them because some of them are just so maybe maybe you wouldn't even believe. But yeah, I've had some very scary experiences, very scary times when I spent long periods of time just feeling my guts being burned, eaten away by the fear, which is what fear does. Okay, so when you do your manifesting, please listen. When you do your manifesting meditation, one thing you can do is make yourself as comfortable as you possibly can so that you are grateful in a mind state of being grateful, comfortable, supported, all that. I know some of you can't do this perfectly well, but you know, do it as well as you can, as well as you can. Now, when my mother was playing the religious channel all day and night and, you know, on my on my ass for one thing or another all the time, yeah, it was really hard. Sometimes I would have to go out literally in the car, sit in the car and just to be alone or sit in the bathroom just to be alone, you know. And that didn't even work because sometimes she'd just come into the bathroom and yell at me. But some many times winters were very very rough. But in the summer, I would just go out and sit in the yard, just sit in the yard. Um, or I would drive to a park, or I would sometimes just get in the car and just park. Maybe I would only be a few blocks away, but I'd just park somewhere just to be alone to do my meditation, just to have it quiet for a few minutes. But I realize this is hard for some people to get that. Yes, please focus on what you want. Yeah, healing stuff. Yeah, I study healing stuff. I don't know what the Paul Stamets stuff is. I'm not sure what that is. Sounds familiar. Yeah, you have to detach from especially the past. Oh, Paul cured the bee virus. No, I didn't know. Garlic for breakfast and drink apple cider vinegar with warm water and oregano oil. Yeah. See, okay, I have trying to think what it's called, but I have the coffee, mushroom coffee. I really recommend the mushroom coffee, guys. It's good. It's very tasty. It has chaga, cordyceps. I'm trying to think of what it's called. I'm gonna have to get a hold of a pack of it and show you what it's called. But it just tastes like really good coffee. Really good. It's instant coffee, but really good instant coffee, not like the instant coffee I'm used to from, normal instant coffee. It's tasty, it's delicious. And this stuff is so good that at first, when you first start it, you want to drink it all the time. But it's kind of expensive, so you don't drink it all the time. But then you get out of the habit of drinking coffee all the time. And you realize you're not drinking as much coffee. And that's why I don't think we see it so much in this country. They don't want to make it too cheap because if they did, hardly anybody be drinking. We wouldn't be drinking coffee all day. You know, this stuff kind of gets you over that drinking coffee all day. You don't need to. It's weird. Right, right. Thank you, Mary. Yes, thanks, Mary. But I mean, gosh, it's yummy too. It's very good coffee. Really good. You can find it on Amazon. Just type in mushroom coffee and it's got like five different kinds. But it's not Sigmatic. Sigmatic's too expensive. This is another kind. Keep looking. You'll find cheaper mushroom coffee. Get that. You can also get Laird's. Um, the brand name is Laird hot chocolate with mushrooms. That's good. But my coffee has cordyceps, reishi, lion's mane. I forget, but like five, you know, powerful mushrooms in it. And it really does make a difference. It does. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. Decaf is too weak. Well, of course. I can't stand decaf. I won't even drink decaf. Decaf kind of scares me. What did they do to get the caffeine out? Jetsu tin mushroom extract. I haven't heard of that Jetsu. I'm gonna have to look it up. Tin mushroom extract powder. Yeah. You need to stay strong, people. You do. You need to stay strong. That's why we're having this herbal discussion. Yeah, another thing you can do to stay strong is write gems. You need a nice grounding stone in your collection. You need a protection stone in your collection. You know, I have had jewelry, stones, actually break because they took something that was coming at me. I have had them just literally crack, break, protecting me. Yeah, cordyceps, lion's mane, maitake, reishi, shiitake, turkey tail. Yeah, mine only has five of those, but yeah. Oh, honey, that you really the mushroom coffee, you you'll you'll feel the energy. You can get mushroom coffee specifically for energy, and you'll feel it. It's good. There's also stuff that will wake you up real good. That's not caffeine. I would point you at matcha. Matcha, that'll wake you up. Another one that'll really wake you up, yerba mate. If you get a beverage with enough yerba mate in it, like salmate, oh man, you know what? And it's my friend didn't believe it, and I said, "You don't believe me?" Because I would only drink like maybe a fourth of a bottle of that stuff at a time. So you don't believe me? Here, take this. She had just a little bit in the bottom of a cup. She drank it, and she says, "Oh yeah, yeah, it's tasty." Hey, I am awake. I am wide awake. He said, "Yeah, yerba mate. Seriously." She goes, "Wow." And it's not caffeine. I won't drink decaf. It's not coffee. I caught a wave. It was laced with something good from South America. Ooh, sounds good. But somewhat, Emmett. Daily breath work, absolutely. If you can't do anything else, you can breathe. Hopefully, you can still breathe, and if you can still breathe, you can help yourself. You know, I can't do yoga very well, not very much of it, but right now, but I can breathe, doggone it. I can breathe. And no processed sugar, processed crap. Yeah. You know what? I gotta tell you, I had, after being sugar free for a long time, after having nothing but natural sugars and organic and, all that, and somebody brought me a piece of birthday cake. I thought I was gonna die. I hurt so bad. And I don't know how, but I got a torn rotator cuff out of it too. I didn't do anything special. My rotator cuff just tore. How? I don't know. There was like a little catch in that arm for a while, but somehow I think what happened was I swelled so much that the thing just finally ripped. My God, was that painful? It's like I cannot look at birthday cake anymore. Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe you are now no longer going to find birthday cake the least bit attractive. Yeah, sugar inflammation is bad. Oh, sugar in the raw is not so bad. Get yourself some organic sugar, raw sugar. Yeah, get some of that. That's not that bad, really. It's got nutrient. It's actually got nutrients in it. Refined sugar does not have anything in it except just poison. It's just a toxin. Refined sugar is strictly a toxin. Just remember that. Refined sugar is a toxin. But raw, natural, organic sugar is nutritious. It's sweet, but also nutritious. And if it's not stripped of it, it also has chemicals that will actually protect your teeth. Yes. Sugar cane comes packed with chemicals that protect your teeth. They used to give it to kids for that reason. They would give kids a piece of sugar cane, the actual cane coming out of the ground to chew to protect their teeth in my mom's day because it has a chemical that protects your teeth. Serious. But when you take that chemical out of there, when you take that, you just strip it out and refine it, now it produces, okay, it's really a bacteria that producing the chemical that rots your teeth. Okay. So I wish I'd known this when I was younger. I wish I'd understood all this, but I didn't. Nobody teaches you this. It's actually an acid that a certain bacteria that eats sugar. It can only survive on sugar. It eats sugar. It poops out an acid that destroys your teeth. No sugar, no acid. No bacteria, no acid. But yeah, it has real cane, raw cane has a chemical that prevents your teeth from getting affected. Is that amazing? Oh yeah, farmers sell honey on the side of the road all the time. Fluoride, oh God, that's bad for you. Fungus among us? Yeah, anyone with chickenpox virus. Oh, I had the chickenpox when I was a kid. Well, yeah, that's true. Mom remembers she was in that age group where she was very old when she had me. She was in that age group where they'd all be given a piece of sugar cane to chew to protect their teeth. Well, I got rid of my breast lumps by changing my lifestyle and my diet. Yeah, I absolutely did. They had me slated to be operated on, but I started shrinking them before that date. When I went in, they were shrinking, and I said, I don't want an operation. I'm getting rid of them myself. So I got rid of mine. Look, this can be gotten rid of. You can do that. You can do it. I've done it. I can't say everybody's going to have, I can't prescribe or anything like that, but I can say I did it. You know what? I think that happened to me for a while. I think it happened. Um, yes, I did. I changed I changed my lifestyle and I changed my future. You can't tell me I didn't change my future. I did. I changed my future. Because I could have had gone down the same road as my mom. But that's different. Yes. I can look at my mom and say, I didn't do what she did, so I'm not like her. Right. Somebody was in here saying ACV shouldn't be, it was no. No was in here saying ACV is dangerous that it shouldn't be ingested. Yeah. It was no. It was saying that right on this show. I haven't seen no today, but I haven't researched that, so I can't tell you why or who came to that conclusion that it's not good. Yeah, Dr. Berg and Motivational Doc and pretty much everybody touts the ACV. So I don't know. Like I said, no is the one who was saying, "Oh no, it's not good for you," and so on. I know people who've drank it every day of their life. Fun guys never die. Yeah, it's all Greek to you. You know what they say about the Greeks, Scotty? There's also a chiropractor named Dr. Bergman. You won't find him on YouTube anymore, though. You got to find him over on Rumble. He's pretty good. He's the one that taught me to ferment, how to ferment. It's very easy to make fermented food and heal your gut. Yeah, medicinal mushrooms. Well, yeah. Really, mycelium, this planet wouldn't be able to function without mycelium. The mycelium does so much on the earth here that it's it's very important. Dr. Barry, yeah, Dr. Barry. I listen to him too. Yeah, I listen to these guys. Some of them kind of go against each other. Some of them kind of contradict each other a little bit. But the point where they all converge is yes, you can change your health very much. It's very much in your control. There are a lot of things you can change about yourself. You know what though? Most people just aren't willing to make the sacrifice. It's like, what would you sacrifice to feel better? Sometimes you have to sacrifice something. Wouldn't you rather sacrifice, like, okay, every time I see or smell baked bread, fresh baked bread, it's hard. It's really hard. But I made that sacrifice so I could feel better. When I break that and have wheat stuff, if I have just a little too much, if I have just a little tiny bit, that's not going to hurt me. But if I have a little too much, man, I will break out like nobody's business and be so sad and in pain. And it's like, oh my God, I was so toxified. So it's worth it. You have to weigh it. Is it worth it for you to feel better? What is it worth? Is it worth the sacrifice of something that you like? Wouldn't you like to be? Now I'm getting around a lot more now. I'm doing the Boswellia for a while. People are my helper has noticed I'm different, very different. She's noticed it. She says, "No, you're very different than you were when I first came to take care." Um, my own health has improved tremendously from the lack of uh, refined sugar and flour alone. Just even that. I mean, that was huge, a huge improvement. As I found out when I tried to go back to eating sugar. Thing is, it's rough because when I go to something like a potluck dinner, I gotta be rude and not taste everything. I can't have everything. Right. Well, yeah, if you're in much better health than she is, I think I'd listen to yourself. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know what the downside's supposed to be to vinegar. Yeah, I don't get colds either. I got sick for a while. I was sick for a while. I had long COVID. I'm pretty sure that it was actually long COVID. And I lost hair and everything. I I lost my sense of taste for a while. I lost my sense of smell for a while. I went through all that. I had times when all I could do is sleep. I thought I was just, well, and part of it, I think, part of what happened to me is I was detoxing from the other place. When you're detoxing, you're going to go through hell detoxing, okay? You just will. When you're detoxing from anything, it's not going to be pleasant for a while, but it'll be so much better after. There you go, Emmett. Yeah, the downside of vinegar is it went from wine to being vinegar, and now it's not wine anymore. There you go. Yeah, I got rid of it. I got rid of it, but it was like I'm in a building with a lot of older people who just, I'm wondering if a lot of my reactions were actually to all of the schmaxines they were getting, all of the schmaxes. I'm wondering if it wasn't the spike proteins that was really doing it to me. You know what? If you get sick enough, you'll try damn near anything. You'll try damn near anything, won't you? I know I did. I tried all kinds of things. I wanted my life back. I was so sick I could barely move. I was so sick I couldn't even think right. I was so sick I couldn't breathe right. I would get fits of coughing that would almost split me in two. I felt like I was going to turn inside out. I was sick, very sick. I didn't have help at that time. I didn't have a helper. I had to take care of the cats and be very, very sick, and sometimes get some help from one of my neighbors who stole from me. I couldn't say anything because I had to have the help. I had to put up with a lot, let me tell you, just to get things done. And nobody was giving me the right advice. Everybody had advice. It was all wrong. Ooh, that's neat, Scotty. Wow, that's neat. Mm, that would be interesting. I'd like to have that in the bathroom so that I could, I remember some of the hotels would have a heat lamp in the bathroom so that you could indulge in that after you came out of the bath. Yeah, I was around my husband too. You know what? That's weird. My ex, I had to leave him because I was sick all the time. I couldn't get well around him. I always wondered. And then I found out later I was being exposed to toxins, all right. I don't want to go into it right now. It's too convoluted, but yeah, I was being exposed to poison all the time. And that was another case that if I would have stayed there, I would have died for sure. I know I would have. For a while, I was escaping death all the time. I can't, but yeah, I know what that's like. I was doing the magical trick of escaping death all the time for a while. I know exactly what that's like. Isn't that interesting? Scotty, that's great. I think I might wanna get a lamp like that, or maybe have Jason make me a lamp like that or something. Oh yeah. Yes, when you're that's what I said. It's no fun to go through detox, but once you do, you'll feel a lot better. Healer's disease. Healer's disease. I think I've heard about that. Empathy. Now, see, I've talked about that. You've got to keep cleansing yourself if you're empathic. You really, I'm sorry, but you need to do your meditations. You need to do the who does this belong to? I taught you that last time, remember? Who does this belong to? I send it back with consciousness attached. You may have to do that over and over again. You have to remember that you can be affected by others, and you probably are. Right. Yes. You are going to need to cleanse yourself all the time. Just like if you work a dirty job, you're going to have to take a bath or a shower all the time, right? If you're an empath, you're going to have to cleanse yourself all the time. If you're an empath, you're going to have to do things to raise your vibration all the time. Look, I have, okay, I, I don't want to say it that way. I'm avoiding stress and depression. I've been diagnosed in the past. I'm avoiding stress and depression by having a regimen I follow. Then I'm not stressed and depressed. If I let up on it, I will be, and it will make me sick. And I know that. So it's just something you have to do. If you're empathic, and you know you are, I'm putting you on notice, you've got to take care of yourself or you will be sick. No two ways about that. If you don't take care of yourself, you will be sick because you're an empath. You will start to get, yeah, and I agree, it is like a sickness. It is, maybe that's what they're talking about, the healer sickness from being too damn empathic. And it's not really that there's anything wrong with your empathy. It's just that you've got to be able to let it go. Everybody else's stuff, you've got to let it go regularly. Return to sender, right? Right, exactly. This is mine, this is not mine. Right, exactly. That's what your invisible friend keeps telling you? Scotty. Okay. I love you, Scotty. You're so weird. I just love the heck out of you. I love all of you. You're all so weird. That's a compliment. If you weren't weird, you wouldn't be so cool. Yeah, absolutely. Clean yourself all the time. If you are having these troubles, you need to do it all the time. Hmm. Of course you do, Scotty. What would you be doing here otherwise? Hearing at Max's? At Max's. If you weren't weird, what the hell would you be doing here? There are people who come here and leave. They're just not weird enough. Device free days, yeah, that's another thing. Unplug. That's called unplugging. Yeah, sometimes you really have to work at this. We're given gifts. These are gifts, but they seem like curses. I know. Empathy seems like a freaking curse. On a lot of times, people are like, "I'm empathic. I'm empathic." You know, I just kind of like that. I'm an empath. Yeah, you scare most folks away, so you're okay. You don't let anyone in anymore. Yeah. Oh, dear. Exactly. Exactly, Lady Spellbreaker. You have to do these things for yourself. You just have to do it. It's like Anything else? Brushing your teeth or taking a shower or, anything. Anything else you have to do over and over. You have to just keep taking care of yourself. And because you are that way, I mean, and you're that way, you just got to do it. It's like anything else. I mean, there are people with other things that that are disabilities. They must do certain things every day to be okay, you know. And it's sort of like, I got to clean the cat box out. Damn, you know, you got to get rid of your shit. You got to, this is another thing that I can't understand. You'll tell people to do something and say, well, I do that and it makes me have to go to the bathroom. It gives me the runs. It's like, you know what most of the healthy stuff is doing when it's giving you the runs? It's cleaning you out. That's why it's giving you the runs. Most everything that I did that was healthy for me gave me the runs at first. Okay. I had to literally have a bed pad to make sure when I was running to the everything I did after it ends, you feel good. It's usually very short term. But yeah, my helper found that out. She saw me putting Mina olive oil in my coffee, along with a little bit of coconut oil. It's very good. It's very tasty. Mina is kind of got a nutty flavor. Very tasty. So she thought she'd try it. Well, boy, she had to make a run for it. And she told me, and I said, oh, yeah, that happened to me at first. But people get so upset when they go to the vet. You know what? If you're not going to the bathroom enough, you're not getting rid of your shit. You need to get rid of your shit, folks. You need to. It's good for you. Yeah, you really have to. Well, and you did it though. I thought you said you were eating spicy humans. What? Who? What? Hey, wait. What kind of people do I have in here? uh, whoa. Right, right. Empathy is not enabling. Exactly. One of the ways you get your godlike superpowers back is by not dying before you get them back. Not being sick helps. I mean, getting yourself. I really think sometimes it's part of our test. You know, it's like, okay, get yourself out of this one, Houdini. You've got this and this and this and this. Now find your way out of this. Right? Taking weird to a whole new level. Okay, we'll make you that T-shirt. Maybe I need that T. Maybe we need that T-shirt. I think that would be a cool T-shirt. Taking weird to a whole new level. What do you think? Yeah, I'm sorry. I would not. Well, I don't want anything to do with human meat. Well, not in that regard. Not that way. Not not Sweeney Todd, you know what I'm saying? No. No, no. It's all me. What, taking weird to a whole new level? I have a t-shirt that says truth is where you find it. I made one for myself. It says the truth is where you find it. It's my logo with the cat looking out into the universe, the cat next to the tree looking out at the universe. I maybe you haven't seen that, but yeah, I made a t-shirt. The truth is where you find it. I could make one easily that says taking weird to a whole new level. Michelle, you need help. You need to manifest a helper. Michelle Cannon Free, we need to manifest a helper for you. We really do. Don't you have any, do you have family or anything that could help you? Ice cream. There you go. Ice cream will fix it. Oh, spicy hummus look like, you know what? When I was taking care of my mother, I was lucky if I had 2 hours of sleep strung together. I was basically awake. I was so sleep deprived for years. For years, I was sleep deprived. When I finally got to where I could sleep, I just slept all the time for a while. That's all I did. I just slept. I was glad. I would eat and I would sleep. And that's all I could do for a while. When I finally just, I broke a limb and I had to sit down and I had to sleep and I had to eat. And that was pretty much what I did. Bathe, and that was it. Bathe, eat, sleep. That's right, Scotty boy. Let's just do that. Michelle Canham Free, Angels. Michelle Canham Free needs a helper. She needs somebody to help her with that. Weird and wooey. Weird and woo. Would you guys buy a t-shirt if I made a deep woo t-shirt? I do deep woo. That's another one I've been thinking of doing. I do deep woo. We do deep woo. It's kind of a tongue. Oh, your dog's name is Woo Woo. Ah, so your dog will think it's all about him. Ocean Deep Woo. Ocean's Deep Woo. Home care assistant. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Some insurances, it depends on the thing. Unfortunately, here in the States, a lot of times insurance will only pay for a helper if there's no one in the home to actually take care of the person. So unfortunately, because he is in her home and still home with her, Michelle Cannon-Free, is probably not going to get help from insurance with that. Yes, yes, there are herbs that help with hormones. In fact, and there are herbs that are disaster for hormones. There are plants that are disaster, and one of them is soy. One of the worst things that happened to this civilization is soy in everything. And then they weaponized the soy on top of it, GMO'd it. Soy is bad unless it's fermented. If it's fermented, it produces an enzyme that actually dissolves fibrin, which is what hurts you, gets makes you stiff. So fermented soy is better, but soy, stay away from it. Look at products that have soy. Don't use them. It's not good for men. It's not good for women. It's not good for anybody, really. It's really not good. It's probably why there is a lot of gender confusion too, because it will fuck with your hormones. It is a plant estrogen. It has a plant estrogen. Makes your body think it's being flooded with estrogen. And remember, we've had this for years now in our society. Soy and everything. Our body's being flooded with plant estrogens all the time, men and women. What is that going to do? In corn syrup, yeah. But it is a messed up thing. There's also there are plant hormones. I can't remember. I can't remember. But you know what? I'm going to see if I can find it. Um, but yeah, to help with the hormones. Like I said, your big one is soy. Get all the soy out of your life, all of it. Not even that shitty powdered creamer in your coffee. Don't use that. Yeah, when he finally gets to school, you'll have a little time. It's just not coming up in my memory right now about it. You know what? He can get better. You can manifest that. I don't want to push anything on anybody, but you can manifest that he becomes verbal. Um, there are some cases where they've become verbal and had a lot to say when they did. Oh, corn syrup is just dreadful. Deep whoa. I'm in deep woo, not whoa. Whoa. Oh dear. Scotty. Ew. I love honey and peanut butter though. Oh my goodness, I love honey and peanut butter. Well, you know what? I have something interesting to tell you, Mary. In the northern hemisphere, anything that looks like a dandelion can be eaten. Dandelion does not have poisonous lookalikes in the northern hemisphere. Everything that looks like a dandelion can be eaten. Oddly enough, says an herbal book. All love to you too. Aw, Kitty Cat says you've been on for 4 hours, Mom. I want to cuddle up and go to sleep. See, that's another thing. I did all that stuff today. I'm not tired. Kitty Cat, I'm not that tired. You are, but you've been lounging all day. You've been hard at work lounging all day. That lounge practice is really hard, huh? And then you also training for the snoozing championship? Oh, I'm sure he does. I'm sure Nate has a lot to tell us. There was a girl who once she learned to type. She learned to type. She was autistic and she learned to type and then she could communicate. And she told people a lot about what it's like to be autistic and why she would rock back and forth is because it felt like her limbs were on fire. Felt like she was on fire. The repetitive motion was to handle the horrible sensations. I've done that. I've done repetitive motion to stop. You know what? They put me one time on for the fibro, they gave me something that made me constantly feel like everything was going to sleep. Like my limbs were just waking up from going, that in between states where your limbs are pins and needles and they feel kind of weird and you can't, it's horrible. I was moving my limbs constantly to try and get away from that sensation. It was way worse than the pain. It was torture. They had me on this torturous stuff. It was seriously torture. Oh, there's lots of menopause. Uh, cohosh. What is it? Blue cohosh, black cohosh is one. Evening primrose. You know what? That's easy to grow. Get yourself some easy. That's it. That's one of them. Evening primrose. Yes. Look up evening primrose. I used that and I grew that. You can grow it very easily. It grows very, very easy. It's also fun to watch. The flowers open at night and it's fun to watch. We used to sit around and watch them open. Evening primrose. Mm-hmm. Spy formula. Yeah, don't blame yourself. You're a very caring and loving person. I'm sure, you know what? It reminds me of what I went through with my mom. You know what? You're going to come out of this. Deep woo. You're in deep woo. Orange nasturtiums. Mm. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, blame and guilt are both toxic. You know, I had to quit. I blame my mom for a lot of stuff, and I realized I was doing that. And even though, yeah, she was responsible for a lot of stuff, blaming her isn't helping me any. Blaming her isn't going to help me. Reason I'm doing this rocking back and forth is I'm petting Cowboy because he's insisting. Yeah, we just got to do the best we can. You know what, Lady Spellbreaker, I've gone through that kind of thing because of cats. And you know what my cat told me posthumously? I'm not kidding. Said that's why I came back to see you because I know you. You're going to feel like you should have done something more. You're going to feel guilty. You're going to blame yourself. And I'm going to tell you, everybody knows you did the best you could. I know you did the best you could. You you did fine. All we can do is the best that we can do. And we can't do any more than that at the time. We've got to forgive ourselves. Okay, we've got to forgive everybody. Oh, yes, we have to forgive ourselves. I would love to try purslane. I haven't found it yet. Yes, you must constantly. That's another thing. If you had a lot of tragedy, and a lot of healers have, it's part of our healer training, I think. And I sometimes think that we are under some kind of, it seems like the healers are all have to go through a lot of shit. Okay. I don't know why, whether it's just part of the training or whether it's some kind of curse. I don't know what it is really. Somebody's thrown at us. I don't know. I do know that most all of us have to go through it. And if you haven't gone through it, you're probably not really a healer. As they all do. Right. There you go. There you go, Scotty. Right. I have done that, Lady Spellbreaker. Same way with my mother. Something happened to her while I was gone for a short time. She hurt herself. The moment you know, and I had to be away for a little while. We needed food. It was in the middle of a blizzard. We needed stuff. We had to be away for just a little while. And that's a long story. I don't want to go back into it. I try not to think about it. But in the end, you cannot keep your eyes on everybody all the time. You cannot control other people. You can't really do that. You can't. And you cannot be, although somebody may hold you responsible, you cannot really be responsible for everybody else around you. Yeah. Well, Scotty, I had a teacher that said, and he was my self-defense, and he had been an army drill sergeant, self-defense and Tai Chi. And he said, well, if you kill somebody, you know, you just put them into a different state of being. They chose to attack you and you kill them. They chose that, didn't they? So I guess the way he got through it and the way that I got through a lot of things is by saying, okay, I know how, you know, I've been trained how to kill somebody. If somebody decides that they're going to use what seems like deadly force on me and I kill them, whose fault is that? Not mine. They decided to use force on me. They decided to pick on the wrong guy, right? If you go out looking for trouble, you find trouble. I haven't been able to find Purslane. I know it looks like I haven't found it yet. I've seen it in different places, but not around here. So yeah, I had to very much just tell myself, because it used to worry me that I know how to kill somebody. But then I thought, if I'm ever in that position where I have to do that, is it my fault that they pick somebody who knows how to kill them? No, not my fault. If you're doing something that bad and that's stupid and you get killed, if I had a gun, if I had a rifle, I would feel terrible, but I would also have to tell myself, you know what? You did something that's stupid. When you do really stupid things, you get, really stupid consequences. That's not my fault. You know, you eat ice cream to blow your nose. That sounds kind of weird, kind of yucky. But anyway, yes. Yeah, so far I haven't had to kill anybody. Maybe it's all working. They put it out there. Don't send any don't send me anybody I have to kill and I won't kill anybody. Put it out there. It's like, please don't send me anybody I have to kill so I don't have to kill anybody. Yeah, you win stupid prizes. When you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, and you ask stupid questions. Sometimes you get stupid answers too. I Please don't ask questions of the universe that you don't want answered. The number one question you don't want to ask the universe is, how does it get worse? How does it get any worse? How could it possibly get any worse? Don't ever say that. The universe will show you. If you say, how does it get any better? Whoa, hey, how can it get even better than this? How could it ever get even better? How could my life ever get better than this? Dare the universe to show you how your life could get better. Oh, okay, Emmett. Today's still young. Yeah. Yeah, I was telling this person today, and they kept coming back. It was like I'd sing a song, and while I was singing, they were happy. They were in the moment. They were singing the song with me. Because my singing is one of my healing things that I can do. I can sing a song, and it can literally take your worries away, take your pain away. So as long as I was singing, this person was just fine. They were happy. I'd stop singing and I'd think, okay, well, we did it. And a little bit later, they'd be like, ah, again, and I'm like, holy carp, I got to sing another song. I realized that one of the things I did was I, for a big portion of my life, I used my guitar and my voice to keep me from having to deal with crazy people, with people who were really downers. Because somehow when I sing and play, they're not down anymore. So I really was taking my own pain away too. All that does not serve me leaves me in the shower. Yeah, I get in the shower. Thank you. I did it today. I did it today. I Every time I would sing, it's like she'd be there, yeah, singing Bobby McGee, good enough for me and my Bobby McGee. You know, she was happy, she was fine, she was loving life. And then a few minutes later, she's over, you know, and how do you forgive? How do you forgive? How do you love again? How do you fix a broken heart? How do it's like, okay, I'll tell you. Sit down, look up at the sky. It's a beautiful day. That's it. Just be here right now. And that'd last a few minutes. She did that a few minutes. It's like, yeah, listen to music. That's good. Music is good. Listen to music that makes you happy. Music can make you happy. Love can make you happy if you find someone who cares to give a lifetime to you. Ah, no, no, oh no, oh no, it's no. Oh, yes, it is. No, it's not. No, it is. Oh, yes, it's not. Lady, wait a minute. Lady of the the morning, sunlight in your smile, shining clear and lovely. Yeah, that should be No's last name, Way. No way. Yes, Way. I used to have that. When I get a way to do that again, I'm going to do that. I used to have karaoke. I've done shows like that. In fact, if you have your own music, you can come. I threw the link a couple of times. You want me to throw the link again? You can come in here and sing something if you want, but you got to have your own music. Yeah, I've done karaoke before on this channel. I love karaoke. Make an album. I want to. I need better equipment. Trying to make an album on a phone just doesn't work, dudes. Really hard. Sing softly. Or sing in your head. Oh, but you can dance. Well, you can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. If your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance with no friends of mine. We can go if we want to a place they'll never find. We can act like we come from out of this world, leave the real one far behind. We can dance. Yeah, there's music playing in my head too. Yeah, I have that. I do that all the time. Anything anybody says starts a song in my head. It's like almost everything over and over. It's like it's always this song starts playing in my head. Okay, don't do that then. You're not like an imbecile. We can dance. We can dance. Everybody look at your hands. Oh, look at my hands. Why am I looking at my hands? Anyway, I never could understand that part of the song, but maybe it was just the hook. And it's all because your mama don't dance and your daddy don't rock and roll. Your mama don't dance and your daddy don't rock and roll. When evening comes around and it's time to go to town, where do you go to rock and roll? I dance all day. We were so inclined in those dance all days. We were cool on Christ. And I, you, and everyone we knew to believe, do, sharing what was true. I said, dance all days, love, dance all days. There'll be no strings to bind your hair if my love can't bind your heart. And there's no need to take a stand, for it was I who chose to start. I've been over here making thumbnails and setting up 2 parts to prepare for this upcoming Pluto retrograde full moon. Okay. For your show that you're going to do. Cracked up Steppenwolf. Cool. Oh, Juice Newton. I've got nothing to be ashamed of. Love's been a little bit hard on me. But I looked all over the world and at every kind of girl. And the mirror's reflection, something or other, I'll be dancing with myself. So let's sink another drink. It'll give me time to think. If I had a chance, I'd wanna dance, and I'd be dancing with myself. Ah, 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 dancing with myself. Oh, good, Scotty. Maybe you could go on America or America Can Dance or Canada Can Dance or something. Yep. You too, Lady Spellbreaker. I still have to find your channel. I think I subbed. I hope I subbed. If not, we'll have you leave a link in the comments or something. Um, I think we already subbed. Didn't we all do the sub thing? Don't cry for me, Danny boy. Remember anyone? Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are blowing. That one? From glen to glen and down the mountainside. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 'Tis you must go and I must bide. But come ye back when spring is in the meadow. Come ye back. In sunshine and shadow. Hello, Alexander the Ganja Shaman. How are you doing? Hi. How high? Cheers and blessings. Yes, you too. Wang Chung. You do and you'll clean it up. You, everybody have fun tonight. Yeah. Everybody Wang Chung tonight. And then, of course, I'm always making up songs in the back of other songs. You remember that song, Abracadabra? Abracadabra. I want to reach out and grab you. There's so many other lyrics you can put to that song than what he sings. I feel the magic in your caress. I feel the magic when I touch your He says dress. I say ass. Rhymes better. Anyway. Fly doop 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 doop. I say fly like an eagle to the sea. Fly like an eagle, let my spirit carry me. I wanna fly like an eagle till I'm free. Fly right into the future. Will he hutch? Or won't he hutch? Will he or won't he? I don't know. I've never heard of him. I never saw a pic. I never saw a picture. Mm. You quit smoking. Oh, great. That's great. Chili might be creative, getting drunk and thinking about getting high. Just got it trimmed and lined. Okay. I can't click that from where I am or the stream will end. Hmm. The neighbors are used to you. He's incredible, but been dead since 2005. Oh, that's cool. That doesn't mean anything. We might get a visit from him. I'm a medium. If I start listening to him, he'll probably show up. I quit maybe 30 years ago in January before the millennium. No, it's 20. It was before, so this is 23. So it was 20. Yeah, it was 24 years ago. This is just a few years before the millennium. We want to be smoke free by the millennium. And yeah, I did notice that after I stopped smoking for a while, I thought a lot better. My brain power was a lot better, and my dreams were better. Yeah. Alex did a drive-by. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah. Okay. Let's try it over again. Okay. Magic chili. Yeah, there was a guy I used to know, and he said that he had to get slap. I understand though. He said he used to be 250 pounds. He was a thin guy. So he used to be 250 pounds till I started smoking. He was afraid that if he quit smoking, he was going to be 250 pounds again. I understand in a way. I did gain weight when I quit smoking. I have to admit, I did. It was terrible. And a lot of people do. Weed is gateway to cookie. It's a gateway drug for cookies, huh? Yep. Junkie chili. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. I remember all the times you screwed me over. Had me believing it was always something that I'd done. That way, onto every word you say. Do, 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 I can let it go. But now you're just somebody that I used to know. Yeah, how she just gets all of a sudden loud. Somebody that I used to know. You know, I can do that. I can't do it in the middle of the night because I have neighbors. I can't sing that song in the middle of that. I can't do the singing in the middle. I'm gonna have to. If we do singing, I'm gonna have to do it in the daytime because I'm too loud when I sing. I'm used to just projecting. You didn't have to cut me off. I used to jokingly call that the Lorena Bobbitt song. You didn't have to cut me off. Have your friends collect your things and leave me with nothing. It was bad. Amadeus, Amadeus, rock, rock, rock me, Amadeus. Come on, rock me, Amadeus. The gateway to the cookie realm. Abandon all self control, ye who enter here. I could be a great voice actor. I need to look into voice acting again. I never get around. Hey guys, help me intend to become a voice actress. That would probably solve some of my financial troubles too. I think I could do it. Don't you think I could? Come on now. Let me hear you say that I could. A dream to some, a nightmare to others. Yeah, I think I could be. I think I could be a voice. Wine or vinegar buzz. I don't amuse. Yeah, Falco. Meow. Meow. Okay. Meow. You're mad because I'm not cuddling up in bed with you, huh? Like I said, he's like a guy. It's funny because he's got an owl on his butt and the legs are on his legs. So when he walks, it looks like there's an owl walking. It's so funny. I've got to someday be able to catch it at the right time that you can really see it, but really it looks like a bird walking away. It's although it looks more like a blackbird now than an owl. He's lost weight. It used to look more like an owl. It's so funny. Lady Diaries, whatever. Yeah, that's right. I could do a fiver count. That might be easy. Yes, that's it. That's what I think is the problem. A lot of these drugs that were used by shaman drugs, quote unquote, not really drugs. They're really not drugs. Drugs are what pharma makes. Things they're calling drugs. They're not really drugs. They're herbs, um, medicinal in their own way, but they were used with a shaman's uh, oversight, right? So, but when you have them just as party favors, that's the problem, I think, is people don't see the serious consequences, don't see the seriousness of them. When you are taking something like that, it's not to be done lightly. Yeah, I agree. I have said that before. That problem is people see them as party favors. They're not. You have to know what you're doing with some of these things. You gotta cut onions and cry. You know what? I have a picture that I call crying eyes, and it's an onion that I cut, and it looks like it's looking at you. And it's weird. It's a weird picture. Somehow I got to get that to where you guys can see it. I take weird pictures. I also have a picture of a dictator. You have to go? Okay, Scotty. Oh my God, we've almost done 5 hours. Where in the hell is it gone? Holy shit. Spent the last year Rocky Mountain Way. Couldn't get much higher. Ah, you know what? Um, I wear glasses. I don't have trouble with onions. I don't usually have trouble with onions. Wow. Almost 5 hours? Holy crap, where did it go? And why am I so wide awake? Where did it go? This has got to have been a time slip. Holy cow. Holy carp. Holy cat. No wonder Cowboy's upset with me. Okay, you guys, I gotta go too. I love y'all, but I gotta go. It's it's been spatial. It's been so spatial. And I love y'all. I love y'all. Your smile is stuck. Well, that's good. And remember that you are divine and that you are creators. Remember to use what God gives you, which is you. What nature gives us is there for us to use with mindfulness. Okay, so use it and don't abuse it. And be grateful for everything that you do have that is good. Be grateful for what is good and raise your vibration. I want to hear some good things next time, some good improvements for you. And I'm working on changing myself, my future, my fate. You can do it. I have faith in you. Come on back. I'll see you Sunday, if not before. Okay. Truth is where you find it. Hope you're always finding some here. And tell people you love them. You'll feel better. If they leave, you'll feel better that you told them in person. Okay? Yeah. Okay. Love you guys. Bye bye. Remember, Sunday,